some small introductory part. So I would like invited to Situmini to continue with.
Sure. You want me to remove the presentation? I can do that.
No,
Or
no,
leave it.
no, sir. We don't. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to our GMP Certification One-Day Online Workshop. We are truly delighted to have such an enthusiastic group of participants joining us today. This workshop has been carefully organized to provide you with practical knowledge and valuable insight into good manufacturing practices, which is an essential component in ensuring product quality, safety, and compliance across industries such as food, pharmaceuticals, and manufacturing. We are especially honored to have as our resource person Mr. Rasitha Niroshana, a highly experienced professional with over 22 years in quality assurance, ISO systems, and GMP related practices. He is a lead auditor for multiple international standards and currently serves as the managing director and lead trainer at Halcyon Private Limited. Halcyon Private Limited is a leading consultancy and training organization specializing in ISO systems, quality management, and operational excellence, serving industries both locally and internationally. We are also pleased to have Mr. Shahan George joining us today on behalf of Halcyon Company. Today's workshop will be an excellent opportunity for all of you to enhance your knowledge, clarify your doubts, and gain practical exposure to GMP practices that can be directly applied into your academic or professional journey. I encourage all participants to actively engage, ask questions, and make the most out of this valuable learning experience. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish you a productive and insightful session. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Hope you can see me as well as you can hear my voice as well, right? Good morning, team. So I think
Good
like
morning,
we
sir.
are going to spend here a whole day focusing on the GMP requirement, right? So like if somebody asks like why GMP, there are more advanced standards are available. Like there are we talk about HACCP, ISO 22000, FSSC, BRC. So those are advanced version we are talking about. But like the problem when you analyze the industry or industry situation, industry issues, most of the issues are due to violation of basic GMP requirements, right? So that is where the people who develop the standard, like Codex people, GSTI, like all these people, they rethink because initially, like Codex Element Press, HACCPs and all, they were very much focusing on the critical control points, right? But then when they analyze the issues, situations, right? They identify most of the food safety related situations are due to not due to a violation of critical control point. Majority are basically violating of basic GMP, good manufacturing practices, or good agriculture practices, right? Or good hygiene practices due to those. And when you talk about the HACCP standard, it's pretty much focusing on the basic GMP, which the standard said, like, you need to define your HACCP requirement as per your organization requirement. But when you go to other advanced standard, like, the FSSC and BRC, they are very much focusing on the GMP requirement. And like, standard, like, there are a lot of details, the procedures, informations are there basically on the GMP, right? You can see here, there was a thing, TS, technical standard, right? So those standards are pretty much focusing on the GMP requirement. So today, we are not going to just touch the GMP requirement, but we are going to touch the GMP requirement in line with the FSSC 22,000 as well as BRC requirement. So we are going to touch a little bit of advanced GMP requirement, which is most important part. Now, if I take this example, say for example, now all of us were having food safety issues, maybe diarrheas, like maybe stomachache, like those kind of a situation. So when you analyze those situations, right, in even our personal life, right, like last, now we are in the 4th month, so we complete almost 3 months right now. So when you analyze your personal food safety situation, right, all of us live in Sri Lanka, right, situation, at least like 4 5 times we undergone like similar like kind of a situation. Those are not like situation where you need to go to hospitalization, but there are like you had a this kind of a situation, right? So now when you analyze, you can go back and think like the where you buy kottu roti, you are not happy with the place, the hygiene is not there, or maybe where you buy the product, the packing, or the person is not hygiene, right? Like, you can go and think of all these situation right now. So that's why like this, all the advanced standard, they are very much focusing on the GMP requirement as well as all this advanced standard. When you identify, like, maybe some of you have like, having an experience, right? In the food safety industry experience. So I will understand within another few minutes about your background as well. So, like, but most of the time, like, when you find out the audit outcome, like, if you have faced FSSC or BRC audit, you are not getting much findings based on the high-end or CCP violation. Majority of your violations are due to GMP. Yep, majority of your violation due to GMP. So if you are coming from industry, which I'm going to understand within few minutes, right? Like, if you can recall, most of the findings are pretty much based on the GMP violation. That's one thing, right? And the second thing, the GMP violations are due to a kind of a cultural issue, the organizational cultural issue. So this is where this GMP is very much interesting. So in this group, I believe like, we have two category. One, like, undergrads who are coming from food background, your subject stream is coming from food background or food related background, or maybe there are industry people who are like, coming from the industry. So I would like to get some understanding, like, any ISO or any quality people. What we do is like, we do a sampling, right? We do a sampling, and then we try to understand we take a decision, right? Like, say for example, now if you are manufacturing a food product, we'll say 1 ton of margarine or whatever, right? So you're not going to test the entire 1 ton, right? Like, you will take about like maximum 500 grams out of 1 ton, right? 500 grams. And then from 500 grams, you take very minor sample, right? 10 grams or less than that. And then you take a microbiology sample and then you do a like chemical. And then based on that sample outcome, you take a decision whether to release it, whether to hold it, or whether to reject it, right? You take a decision based on the sample. So now we have about 105 people. So let me take about like maybe 10 people, like, you can voluntarily explain yourself. So it's a random sampling, right? Sandila Kumari, you raise your hand. Any question? Sandila, you raised your hand. Any question? Sandila Kumar, you are there? Right. Say if you want, if you have any question, because I'll explain that part also. But let me finish this. Sandila, if you have a question, you can raise it using chat, or like, you can on your mic and talk, right? So now, where am I? I'm basically like try to understand the complexity of the team. So I want you to like, basically like, unmute your mic and you can explain yourself. You can say I'm from this industry. I'm like, if you have no problem, you can say the name of the organization, as well as you can like say what are the products you do, right? Or otherwise you can say I'm just a university student from this subject stream, right? Or maybe you can use the chat and then communicate back, right? So let's do this startup thing, and then let me let me uh, let me explain the methodology also. Methodology what we use is like basically I'm not just going to talk whole day, right? I need your feedback. I want you to talk to me, like reply me, and then communicate with me. I'll share my WhatsApp number as well, so you can use the chat, WhatsApp both. We need to have a two-way communication. That's where like we can do a good program, full day program. Otherwise, it will be very boring because I'm looking at the screen, you are looking at the screen, right? So we need to have an engagement because end of the day, the outcome, what we are expecting, I didn't go to that part. So we need, I'm like, if you are engaged very much, you will definitely get out good outcome, right? So that's what I want from your end, right? I want you to communicate. So and that's the mechanism we are going to follow throughout the day. So let's start with you all now. Maybe you can unmute your mic, or maybe you can use your chat. You can say I'm an industry from this particular industry, and your job role. Or maybe if you are coming from a university, you can say, I'm from this university, this subject stream I'm handling. So then for me, it's easy when I take in the example, because your team member like basically introduced me, like we are in the industry for like last 20 years, doing consultancy in Sri Lanka. We have about almost 400 customers, so there are majority of the food customers are there, and then we are working in overseas market as well, like Maldives, Dubai and all. So we have some experience. So I'm like I'm capable of like getting an example maybe related to your industry, right? So that will be useful for you as well. Or if you are not coming from industry, we will take example from your kitchen as well as the university kitchen, right? Canteen. Right. So let's start. Now is your turn. You can introduce yourself, please. And let me introduce one more person from our end. Bashini Hera, she's from Halcyon. She's basically helping me for the today's program. Like, she's basically coordinating with you all. So she's from Halcyon, and she's basically helping me for the today's program as well. Right. Let's start from you all. Team, come on. Like, don't worry. Don't wait until somebody start up. Like, you turn on the mic or use the chat and start up. So this is required, right? As a food specialist. Okay, I'm starting to get feedback from the chat. So I am Prabhavi, starting a business in cosmetic industry. Prabhavi, uh, can I get more information? Cosmetic mean the cream and all, right? So there was a special standard called uh, ISO 22716. That is called cosmetic GMP, right? That we call cosmetic GMP. Uh, Probably like you are looking for that requirement as well, right? All right, okay. So have you gone through the requirement, this standard and all? So not yet. Okay. So I can't go into a lot of details, but I try to give some hint about the cosmetic GMP as well. So we have a Ravinduni. So you have not started the university yet. Okay. That's interesting. So we have only two people, like, we have about 112. So come on, guys.
Hello, good morning, sir. I am Raghavan, and I am the
Okay.
final year undergraduate of Chemical Process Engineering at University of Moratuwa.
Okay. Interesting. So
Uh,
Raghavan, you are into design phase, right?
Yeah, almost in design phase because mostly our final year projects are basically on designs.
Designing. So are you into
Yeah.
food industry designing as well?
Yeah, food processing
Interesting.
factories as well as the production lines also we design.
Interesting, interesting. Because currently also we are going through a few projects. One project is like we are helping one of our customers to set up his mango processing plant. So interesting, Raghavan. Like I would like to have a conversation with you as well. So we have people from cosmetic industry. So I'll try to touch the cosmetic industry. One more thing, uh, uh, when you talk about cosmetic, the people from food industry, they might worry like why cosmetic need GMP. Anybody can give an answer for that? Why cosmetic? Like cosmetic mean shampoo, cream, toothpaste. Those are the cosmetic, right? So why cosmetic need in GMP? Can someone answer this question? So normally we think GMP is for the food industry, right? Like whatever we consume. But why all of a sudden cosmetic require GMP? Can someone answer for that question? Prabha, can you answer that question? Why cosmetic need GMP?
Because it's something you put on your body, and so the batch consistency and safety matter.
But why GMP? That's a quality part, right? Batch consistency, safety, those are quality rated, right? Like why GMP? Anything? Anybody can help her?
So that you can control what you're selling. So
Control what you're saying. Okay, probably if I put like this, there are two aspects we need to look at the food or cosmetic product or anything, right? There are one thing called intended use. Intended use, when you manufacture some product, what is it intent to use? Like say, for example, if you're manufacturing a cream, face cream or lipstick or lip balm, right? Or maybe shampoo, right? Right. The intended use is what? You're supposed to apply in your hair. If it is shampoo, wash your hair, right? If it is a toothpaste, you're supposed to brush your teeth and then throw away, right? If it is a face cream, it apply your face, right? Or if it is a lipstick or anything, you're supposed to apply on your lips, right? So that is the intended use. Now, tell me the reasonable, foreseeable intended use. What is that? What do you mean by reasonable, foreseeable intended use? What do you mean by that? Reasonable, foreseeable intended use. What do you mean by that? Reasonable, foreseeable, misuse, maybe intended or misuse. Say when you apply toothpaste, what will happen? What will happen when you brush your teeth? There's some portion can you consume, right? You can't say you are throw away 100%. You agree with me, right? Guys, if you agree with me, you can use this reaction. I want this as, even though it's online, I want the interaction, right? So you agree with me, right? Like when you brush, I hope everybody brush today, right? Is there anyone who's without brushing your teeth now? Maybe you still maybe in the bed, right? Right. So go get a get and brush your teeth, right? So when you brush your teeth, right, what will happen? There's a certain portion you can consume. So the manufacturer, the cosmetic manufacturer cannot say, look, this is this is for brushing. You can't consume, right? Maybe lipstick. What happened? When you apply lipstick, later on it's gone. Where? You consume most of the thing. So that is a reasonable, foreseeable misuse. So the cosmetic manufacturer need to consider this part as well. So that's why, car wash is made out of non-food grade the detergent. But shampoo and all has to made out of food grade. So nobody's going to eat shampoo. But there's a reasonable, foreseeable. Prabhavi, I hope you are clear now. Prabhavi, are you clear now? So
yeah, I
why?
understand now. Thank you.
Yeah, so why we need to do that, right? So that's why NMRA and all people, they are very concerned about the GMP requirement, right? Apart from the legal, right? Now, so let's see, like we have industry people and then, so we have, where is this? Okay, cosmetic part. Minoli trainee at Ideal. Okay, interesting. We do a lot of work with them. So alcohol industry. So I think Minoli, you have all, I think like almost 4 certificate, right? 9, 14, 45, 22, all good certificate there. Yeah, Minoli?
Yes. Oh,
You have,
quadruple.
sorry?
Yeah. Quadruple certificates, I think.
Sorry?
Four Hello,
Minoli, I can't hear you.
am I audible?
Now is better. Tell me.
Yeah, I think quadruple certificates, ISO.
40%
ISO,
certificates.
yes.
I think quality, environment, food safety is there. And then
Yes.
occupational safety is there. Okay, great.
Yes.
Undergrad studying biotechnology, industrial pharmaceutical science. Okay, pharmaceutical, like, it's very critical. There are like a lot of pharma industry required. Microbiology is biotechnology. Undergrads from B Pharma, University of Sri Lanka, Biosystem Technology, degree program, Food Science and Technology. Okay, agriculture plantation. Okay. Food technology. Okay, I think like, if I come to this conclusion, maybe like, maybe 10 to 20%, 10%, less than 10% are from industry, right? Maybe 5%. That's my conclusion, right? Am I right? And then balance from the university. Yeah, I think like that maybe organization team can help me on this. Right. Okay. So I think like based on that conclusion, we'll try to get some example from alcohol industry. We'll try to get some example uh, from cosmetic industry. Now you know why cosmetic is important, why standard require this part, and then we'll try to get some general example from your kitchen or maybe a university kitchen. Right. Now let's get back to the learning. So there will be objectives for learning. Understand the purpose of PRP in industry food safety management, learning the structure and requirement of TS 22001, 2009, and 2025. So there are new versions. So now you'll be wondering like, what do you mean by TS, right? So there are like, there are standard called ISO standard. So when you say ISO standards mean it's auditable, like somebody can audit it and issue a certificate. So people who have certified like ISO 22716, ISO 9000, ISO 14000, those are like auditable standard. Only the certification body can audit using these standards only. But moment there are other thing called guideline. Guideline mean people can use it for like, the improvement. So that's a guideline. And then there's another thing called technical standard. So that is also you can't audit, but you will be using it. So like, when you come to ISO 22000, like now they try to use this technical standard. And then if you go for FSSC, Food Safety Certification System 22000, so you need to cover ISO 22000 requirement. TS 22,000 requirement depend on the industry, and then there will be additional requirement. So GMP is a mandatory, and they have taken out as a separate portion. So that will be there, right? So this is one we are going to learn, and then this entire program basically develop based on that, right? And then we need to understand the PRP requirement, like cleaning, hygiene, pest control part, and then so we are going to do a lot of case studies. You'll be doing case studies and you are going to present to me and then I'll give feedback. So that is how we are going to learn, right? Now, next one. So now what is this ISO? Well, like, TS 22002 2009 slash 20,000 to 2015 because standard has revised. Technical specification supporting FSSC 22,000. Now, FSSC mean like, it's a kind of advanced standard. Now, say for example, now we know about ISO system, right? Like what are the industries who have certified? So only way of getting know whether these things are certified, you need to talk to the industry, get the certificate, and then you need to talk to the certification body and validate it. But people who are certified for FSSC, right? People who are certified for FSSC, you can find out, right? You can go to the web, you can find out, right? And then FSSC, there's a guideline, there's a requirement saying TS part has to be covered, right? This is where we're going to do. Provide detailed PRP requirement for food manufacturing, support effective implementation of 22, ensure hygienic environment for food processing. So if you follow this TS 22,000, 2015, 25 requirement, you make sure like, you don't have any environmental related hazards, the equipment related hazard, people related hazard, or maybe warehousing related hazard, right? But there can be some hazard due to a processing, but you may surely verify these things are not there. So let's first understand that. So when you talk about this structure, 22,000 TS technical standard, GMP structure, right? I told you like, I'm touching the GMP using advanced version. So you are having additional benefit. You are not just learning the GMP requirement, but definitely you are learning the GMP requirement with the technical standard, right? So this technical standard talk about construction and layout, utilities, waste disposal, equipment suitability, maintenance and cleaning, pest control, personal hygiene, product information and consumer awareness, rework, product recall, warehousing, product transport, purchasing and supply control. So these things. So you can see, there are few people, right? So there's the one person who's willing to start the cosmetic product. So you need to cover everything. And there is a person coming from a beverage, right? Alcoholic beverage. So there are different beverage industry. We talk alcoholic beverage, non-alcoholic beverage, and then carbonated alcoholic beverage, non-carbonated alcoholic beverage. So there are a lot of beverage industry. So alcohol comes under beverage. So one person from beverage. Is there anyone from other industries? So maybe I can take example. Is there any other person from industry? So that will be helpful for the entire team as well. Is there other people from the industry? I guess not, right? If you're coming from industry, you can put it in the chat or you can open your mic and tell me. So then I can basically take example from that particular industry. Right, since we work as a consultancy team, we have a lot of exposure. So I'm not going to disclose any confidential information, but I can take generic example. And that will be definitely helpful for you. So if you're coming from industry, let me know. Otherwise, we'll stick to these two industry right now. Right now, so you need to cover everything. So what else you need to cover? You talk about construction, you need to talk about utilities, you talk about waste, equipment, maintenance, pest control, personal hygiene, product information, consumer awareness, rework, product recall, warehousing, product transport, purchasing and supply control. And then if time permits, we'll talk about vulnerability and the threat assessment. Also, this is a, this is a different concept. Diamond best food. Aksa, what do you, diamond means you into pasta and the milk powder, is it?
Yeah, the pasta and the milk powder.
All right, great. So now we can take example from pasta, we can take example from milk powder, we can take example from beverage, we can take example from cosmetic. Anybody else? So we'll try to take example, right? Right. Okay. So because we'll try to take a lot of industry example. We're not going to discuss the confidential information, but the basic GMP requirement, right? Okay. Right. So we have three industry people. So let's see. Right. Now we are going to cover this entire thing. Right now, why there's a GMP violation? Now, I told at the beginning of the program, why all the new standard, the GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiatives, right? So those are the people who manage this FSSC guideline, right? Because FSSC is a different area. I'm not going to touch that. There are a lot of the informations are there. or maybe BRC people. So these both advanced standards, why they basically like, focusing on the GMP part, not like, not advanced part, right? Because I told you at the beginning, when you analyze the incident, situation, violation related to food safety, mainly those are related to GMP violation, right? Then they analyze like, why there's a GMP violation. First thing is negligence. Say, like, this example, like, there was an X-ray, a person, and then you can see there's a scissor. So imagine like, if you are undergoing an X-ray and then like somebody said like, look, sorry, I forgot to take my scissor in your body. Let me cut and take it again. What is your feeling? See, imagine you are in this situation. What is your feeling? What is your feeling? You are surprised, right? What do you think? Aksa, what do you think? What do you think? Okay, so we have a spice, cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove production. Interesting. Right. So you are Taisal, right? Taisal, these are like you basically like, oven dry or like, what is the process you are working on? Yeah, oh my God, right? Like, you go mad, right? Like, look, I mean, like if somebody said, so imagine in your product, right? In your product, like there was a scissor, there's a cutter, right? Or maybe a part of machine part were there. What happened? Same scenario, right? Same scenario. So negligence is the main problem of the GMP. Negligence is the main problem of the GMP, right? So if you send a product to your customer and then they identify, like, inside there's a cutter blade, or maybe a machine part, or maybe a nail, or maybe a hair is there. So that's the negligence part. Like, we as a Sri Lankan, like, our tea is one of the best tea. But we know there's a situation, like, when you send the product to Japan, they know our tea is a real good quality tea, right? The taste, liquor, everything is good. But we are very famous for the impurities, right? We are very famous for the amount of impurities. So they like, make sure like, all the tea bags goes through a, like, kind of a X-ray machine, and then they have a separate cleaning process. So they don't even like, if you go to a tea factory, you can see so many colors, hotels, so many cleaning process are there. But then again, when you send the product into Japan, they identify like there are so many issues. There's especially the physical hazard, right? So one incident we used to manage, like, one, like 400-gram tea bags, and then like, when they send through X-ray, so they're not so sure about our product, right? X-ray, because before they send it to the customer, right? They send each and every tea packet through X-ray machine. So they identify one packet has a full cutter blade. You know what I mean by cutter blade, right? So in food industry, cutter blades are like, it's prohibited. You can't use cutter blades. Like the blade you cut, like, break it. So the new graduates, like, when you go to the industry, like, just check whether people are using cutter blades. You can't, because when you cut the blades, right, it can go with the product. So now this scenario, not only the part of the blade is entire cutter blade is inside, right? So now, like, even if that happened to us, like, imagine you have 100,000 400-gram packs, only one pack has cutter blade. What do you do? Now I'm like, all of you are food guys, right? I need an answer from the non-food industry people. Like, I answer from people who are not from the industry. So undergrads, right? Team. Now tell me, like, when you're employed, like, you're going to a food industry, right? And then they will say, okay, you get a product, like you import some product. So you say, okay, I bought like, 100,000 product. Only one has this cutter blade inside when you go through X-ray. Now, what is your feedback? What are you going to do? So, undergrads. Oh, Dilini said, I hope all the packet will be destroyed. You're going to destroy the entire 100,000? Seriously? Manusha, right? Okay. Manusha said, okay, whole batch must be stopped. Okay, fine. What else? So we are getting feedback from undergrads. So this is what you think, right? So you say, like, okay, let entire 100,000 will be destroyed. So Manusha, undergrad said, okay, entire batch must be stopped. Okay, fine. I need one more feedback from undergrads. Come on, guys. Tell me, what do you think? So you are the QC person. You identify out of 100,000. 100,000 mean 1 lakh. Samples are there. One has a cutter blade, like full cutter blade. You know what do you mean by cutter blade, right? You can see my screen, right? Team, can you all see my screen? So this is cutter blade, right? You can see the cutter blade, right? Because you know this is you can't use. Team, can you see the cutter blade? Guys, come on, just give me the feedback. Oh, you
Yes,
can
sir.
see it. Right, okay. So this is you can't use this in a food industry. Right? So let me go back to the presentation again. Right? So now where we are, right? Okay, still we are here. So when you go to the cutter blade, like so now your feedback. So all the undergrads said, okay, all dangerous things, right? Return the batch, entire batch may recall products, right? The whole batch must be stopped, right? Hold the batch production until full verification and traceable of source is contamination. Raghuvan from industry or what?
No, sir. I'm from university, but I had my internship finished. That why.
All right, so you know something about this, right? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
guys, there's a gap, right? Can I get the feedback from people from industry? Can I get the feedback? So what do you think? People from industry, people from IDL, people from the spices. What do you think? If you find out this kind of a thing, what are you going to do? So Raghuvan, like, see, hold the batch. See, the in like, the undergrads, like, you know, like there's a different, right? See, if you return, if you recall, like if you destroy entire batch, some million rupees goes, right? So that million rupees can maybe hold the manufacturing facility, right? Like, if you are like, if that kind of order goes, right? Like, you can, maybe you can't run the factory. So you need to, like, first thing you have to make sure there's nothing will happen like that. Second thing, you had to like, find out, I'm like, that kind of a thing happen. Like Raghuvan said, like, you hold the product and then you come back and do the root cause analysis and identify what happened to the other product. And then you try to identify what happened, why there's a cutter blade. So if that is a reasonable answer, right? Only this pack has a discontamination, then maybe you can release. You need to talk to customer, right? Yes. Manoj, could be things that someone did this intentionally. Yes, Manoj, now you're talking about things called intentionally. So I said, like, under GMP, the BRC FSSC standard talk about vulnerability and the threat assessment, right? So if somebody purposely doing it, then it's a situation is so risky. So we are not going to destroy everything, right? But we will be doing a lot of analysis because we are talking about the money, right? So food safety is linked with the money. Food safety is linked with the industry, like sustainability part, right? Because you can't sustain the industry like, if you have a violation. But if that big order goes, what will happen to the industry? You can't run it because you are investing on the raw material, machinery, energy, everything. And then there's a profit portion, but bulk of the portion is like, maybe 10%, 15% is your profit if you're lucky, or maybe less than that. But balance is your investment. So imagine if your investment is gone, mean you can't run the industry, right? So that's why this GMP is very important. So one cutter blade can like destroy entire industry. So that's why your job as a food safety people, or like, or maybe QA, or maybe production person is very important. Now, Raghuvan basically designing a machineries. So imagine one of the machine nuts goes into the product, like, nut, bolt, whatever goes into the product and ended up at the customer face. What will happen? Same scenario. Raghuvan, like you agree with me, right? When you're designing, you need to design such way, right? Where you need to design such way. Like, now we are coming from like, there are beverage people, but there's a carbonated beverage. So not the glass bottle beverage, right? Carbonated bottle beverage, like, you need to actually like, actually like, blow molding. There's a mechanism called blow molding. So you can go to Google and check what you mean by blow molding, right? So when you do the blow molding, this lot of multinational carbonated beverage people, they are not allowed to use any basic blow molding machineries. There are specific type of blow molding machineries that assure there's no physical, like, the machine part are not, even if there's a part loose, it doesn't go into the product. So they have such technologies there. So people are concerning up to that particular level. Right, team, you know that part now, right? So, okay, now, first thing, negligence. So now you are having a challenge, right? People, you say, okay, when you go to the industry, you say, okay, first part, hand washing. People should wash their hand. But now people are not washing hands, like they're negligence. They're going into the industry. So what happened to the virgin coconut oil industry in Sri Lanka? The same scenario. Violation of GMP. Why virgin coconut oil and other coconut? Why there's a difference? So all of you are coming from food industry. Now tell me. What's the difference between virgin coconut oil and other coconut oil? Why there's a difference? Yeah, heat treatment. See, virgin coconut oil, you don't need to like, you can't use like heavy heats, right? You can't use it. So you basically like, you have to control temperature. I think like, if I'm not very much sure, like I think it's 65, right? A virgin coconut oil industry, like, drier temperature has to be 65 or below. That's a legal requirement. You must be knowing this, right? Coconut board requirement for the virgin coconut oil. So it's not going as a killing step. But normal coconut oil, you heat it. You get the caramel smells and all. Like, that's why you have a color different. Virgin coconut is a white color. The other one is like, yellow color. Because there's a high heat and then there's a chance of caramelization as well. Right? So this you have a killing step. Right? But here virgin, you don't have a killing step. So your GMP is very important. So if you go back and check what happened to the virgin industry. So it's a basic negligence. People like, violation of basic, the GMP requirements. You're supposed to wash your hand, you are not washing the hand. Right. So this is one thing. So as a food industry specialist, food industry people, we have to be very careful of the negligence. So negligence can lead to a GMP violation. That end destroy your product, destroy your market, destroy your organization. Right. Breach of duty of care, which results in damage, failure to take proper care of sometimes. So this is one thing, negligence. So this is one example. And second thing, ignorance. What do you mean by ignorance? Right. See, in this picture, you can see the picture, right? The van inside it, because I changed the presentation. You can see the movement, right? Slide movement. Can you see it? Maybe you can give a feedback like this. Can you see it? Team, can you see it? Yep. Something. Thank you. Right. So this, you can see there's a van. Thank you, Akash, Aska. What they did was like they need to install this like barrier, right? You can see the black the pole kind of thing. So what they did was they just park the vehicle inside and then they install all the barriers. And then now what they're gonna do? If they want to take the vehicle out, there's no way out. So unless they have to break one again and then do it. So sometimes people ignore the process, right? Like sometimes they are overconfident, right? So, I mean, like people might say, okay, look, you can't take this product open here. They will say, no, last 20 years we are doing that, right? So there are so many ignorance in the factory. People like say wearing of your hairnet. People, I mean, like hairnet should cover the entire hair, right? But people are not sometimes covering the hair in that proper way. So those are real concern areas, ignorance. So now, as a food industry, people, you need to worry about the negligence, ignorance, and then the third one, poor management, right? You don't have a system at all. No documents, no monitoring, no checking, nothing like that. So you say, okay, you provide the hand washing, right? And then there's no way of checking it. Now, I'm like, before we go to the, like, uh, the more detail. So now hand washing is a requirement, right? Even when you are working in a kitchen. So bulk of you are from the university background, right? So I mean, like GMP has to be there even in your kitchen, right? That's a thing. So before you start working in kitchen, supposed to wash your hand. Now, in the kitchen, even in your university, there's a kitchen. There are people who are making a food preparation. They're supposed to wash their hand, especially after they go to the washroom, toilets, right? Now, as a food industry people, if you have to verify mean like, your specifications are there. Everybody before they enter into the food manufacturing process, it can be your kitchen, canteen kitchen, it can be a beverage plant, it can be a like, cinnamon plant, right? Or it can be a cosmetic plant, right? So before you enter into the plant, or it can be a primary packaging, the bottle manufacturing plant, right? Before you enter, you need to wash your hand. Now, as a food industry people, like you are getting to the industry, you need to verify whether these people are washed their hand properly. How do you verify this? Verification mean you check against the specification. Specification mean like people should enter washing their hands. After that, they should not touch anything. Now, how are you going to verify? Now tell me. I hope the question is clear to you. My question is, when people enter into the facility, they're supposed to wash their hand. That's the no. We all agree. But now, as a food industry people, like there are certain people are working, maybe in your university canteen, maybe at your kitchen. Now, if you're at home, just check and now you need to verify whether your mother wash her hands, right? So that now, or maybe industry. So how are we going to do that? What is the verification mechanism? So this is very simple, right? What is the verification mechanism? See, what is the mechanism? So it's very simple, right? Now you need to verify whether these people are washed. Do the sub-sampling. Agreed. Yeah, visual monitoring like supervised observation. Frozen gel with UV light used for understanding. Yeah, I agree. Yep, all mechanism. Observation, Sajin said observation. CC, agreed. Right. So, like, Aska, you are like really from the industry, right? Like, one thing, like, all can be used. Subsampling, like, you can do a random subsampling, right? Or maybe like, sometimes you can notice like, there are auditors just standing next to the hand washing station and they are having a like different conversation, right? So that's one way of like visually observation. Subsampling, you can do like, if you have a microbiology lab, you can do the subsampling, you can do a visual monitoring. So these are the evidence, right? Observation can be like, similar thing, right? Fluorescence gel with UV light. Yep. So there's a new mechanism. They're using it right now. And then other sensors mean you smell it. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. Like the log report, yeah, hand washing log reports has to be there, right? CCTV monitor, like commonly, like what we do is like when you go for the audit, the during the day of the audit, like people wash their hands, of course. But what we do is like you can ask, okay, give me like last week audit report, the CCTV recording. So you can see that, right? So these are like success or failure. So maybe you can talk to people, right? Or maybe you can ask people, do you know how to wash the hands? Now, my question, do you know how to wash the hand? So go to YouTube and check proper hand washing facility. How do you wash your hand? Like, this. So there's a technique you need to see. So you can ask people to see whether you can check and you can ask people to demonstrate how you wash your hand. Like, and yeah, so ensure the availability of hand washing and sanitizing. Yeah, sometimes like you can see the sink, everything is there, but there's no soap, right? What do you mean by WHO? Yeah, Sutra, what do you mean by WHO method? What do you mean by a Sutra WHO method? So sometimes you can see there's no hand drying facility. So those are kind of a basic requirement, but it's go long way. So this is the management systems requirement, right? Now, when you talk about the food safety and assurance, right? So there are things what we try to do. Like now, if there's a contamination, what we try to do is we try to eliminate it. Say for example, now the example I took, the cutter plate. So cutter plate, like you can't say okay, one or small part of cutter plate, or maybe one cutter plate out of 100 cases. No, eliminate. You need to make sure there's zero cutter blades, right? There are other thing called reduce. Now, say for example, some chemicals, or like you can't make it zero, right? So there's a legal requirement. You try to maintain below that. So that is another requirement. Reduce. So then third one is easy for you to communicate. Inhibit, right? Say for example, microbe. So what you try to do is like you add some chemicals, say preservatives, or maybe you go through a heat process. You try to inhibit. So these are the things we try to do to make sure your food safety. Like basically what we try to do is using GMP requirement. Either you try to eliminate, either you try to reduce, or either you try to inhibit. Now, let us go through more detail. Now, this is the simple example. Say this is a GMP in nutshell, right? GMP covers basically good manufacturing practices, covers your facility, your equipment, your warehouse, people. So beyond that, like entire 18 elements of the TS 22000 standard are pretty much based on these four factors. So and then all factors has to have a clean and sanitation process. That's another requirement. You basically like talk about facility, equipment, warehouse, and people. Then you make sure the cleaning and sanitations are there, right? So you remember this, then it's easy, right? Like when you go to an industry, you check the facility requirement, you check the equipment requirement, you check the warehousing. So warehousing can be your raw material, your packing material, your finished good, right? And then sometimes it can be like, uh, intermediate products. So in like, in catering industry, we call mise en place, right? So like, those areas. Now, even in like, the alcoholic beverage industry, you talk about your VAT, right? Like, you basically like, you keep your alcohol to mature. So those are like, we call VAT area, right? Your packing products, packing materials, the bottles, because you have to be very careful with your bottles, because if you keep it in a bottle in a open space, if there's a like an insect accidentally goes into the bottle, what will happen? So you can see like, once you fill the bottle, there's an insect inside. So that will be a serious disaster, like, if the seal is intact, right? So these are the requirement. And then the people. So all four facilities, like facility, equipment, warehouse, people, has to undergo a cleaning and sanitation process. So that is a major requirement. So this is the summary in nutshell. I'll come back at the evening, like final phase. So after we complete everything. Now, let me go one by one. Right. Now, facility, selection of site, environment around the site, layout of the site and plan, construction. So this is very important. What do you mean by selection of site? Now, I'll give one example. Now, somebody will come and say, okay, look, I'm going to use set up a beverage plant, like, non-alcoholic beverage plant. So when you say non-alcoholic beverage plant, you know what is the main raw material. If it is a beverage product, the non-alcoholic, what is the main ingredient? Beverage, what is the main ingredient?
Water.
Minoli, yeah, I couldn't hear you.
Water.
Agreed, water. Beverage, like, main is water. Now, they are going to get water from the bow, like, the extract water, extract from from the flow, right? And then next to this beverage factory, there's a piggery with the slaughterhouse. Now, say you are going there as a kind of a like, design engineer, or the QA manager, QA executive, like, production guy. So you are going to help the owner to set up the plant, right, as a food specialist. So when you go around the plant, you see there's a boundary and then there's a piggery and a slaughterhouse. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So these are real life scenarios. What are you going to do? So now I'm like, see, your knowledge has to be like, whatever you learn from the university, you need to use in the industry, right? You are not just, nobody's at the industry, like, people will ask, like, tell me, like, this, the scientific theory and those kind of things. Like, you have to use it. Like, say, now my classic example is like, you are in the industry, like, the cutter blades are there, one cutter blade. So everybody from university said, like, we need to destroy everything. No way, you can't destroy because it's money, right? So you need to come up with something. Right, so that's what is the industry requirement. So that's why there's a gap between the industry and our university knowledge. So we need to bridge this. So this kind of a program will definitely help you. Right, now my question. You are going for a new industry. Somebody is going to set up. I think like, one of your friend is going to set up a cosmetic industry. We heavily work with cosmetic, right? My career starting point is Unilever. We work with the cosmetic. We do a lot of work with Unilever as well. So, like, cosmetic industry is very fascinating industry. I love that. So, say for example, now somebody is going to set up a food factory and you are hired as a kind of a food safety guy. So now when you go to the site, you see, okay, you go around. Normally what we do is that we don't go around. We don't check what is happening on our other side. But GMP said, look, check what is happening. So next door, you see a piggery with a slaughterhouse. Now what are you going to do? Is there any agriculture graduates are there? So you know what you mean by slaughterhouse, right? In Sri Lanka? Guys, now you need to practice your theory. So tell me now, are you okay with it? Like, tell me, are you okay with it or are you not okay with it? See, now I'm the investor. Like, I hired you as a food specialist. Like, we'll say, okay, I'm going to set up a beverage factory. I know like this area is good. Water is quite good. So I have a water report. We should avoid this slaughtering area because water could be contaminated. Yeah. Minoli contaminated from what? Any idea? So there can be like,
So slaughtering means can contaminate the blood and wastewaters like things because the originated from water sources can be contaminated, like.
Agreed, because there can be like blood and all protein. So there can be a microorganism as well as like, these people like, use like, the urea, those kind of chemicals. And then there can be a chemically plus the microbiological water can be contaminated, right? And then on top of that, the piggery and all, like you are getting what do you call smell? You're getting smells, right? So if the smell is so strong, it can goes into your product as well. They are like, if you're having some product, it can absorb the taint, right? That will be issue. So this particular industry, like water is the main thing, right? Water is the main thing. So because if you are willing to set up the plant there, like then like you have to invest lot on water purification mechanism. But since it's a startup, if you have not purchased the land yet, so then you can look for the other alternative. So when you go to the industry, look for surrounding what is happening. Now, the second case, you already have a primary packaging, the plastic bottles, where they use, I think like we have somebody from B Pharma and all, right? Pharmaceutical people. So we'll say you are using this uh, bottle to pack the medicines. So I'm like part of the GMP is medicine, right? Not only food. So, and then this plant situated next to the garbage pit, like, general garbage, household garbage. So when you go to this area, you get smell. The primary packaging is already set up there. They are manufacturing. Now, the first scenario is different. They are going to set up the plant. They do an initial inspection. So you look the surrounding and then you give your advice. But the second scenario, already plant is manufacturing. They are running. Now they want to get the GMP certificate. Now what are you going to do? So you understand, right? Like there was a serious garbage pit, like household garbage, and then like there's when you go to the industry, when you go to the factory, you start to get smell. They already manufacturing, but they want to get GMP. Now what are you going to do? Now what are you going to do? So we know that what you've been said, deep sanitization. So this, I mean, like you're talking about the air quality, right? Air count. So how do you do the deep sanitation in air quality, air count? So what are you going to do now? What do you mean? What do you mean by now? Now, I hope you understand the question, right? See, there's a primary packaging. So we all agreed primary packaging also need a GMP because if there's a contamination, that will like there will be issue for us. So this primary packaging, they already plant is set up. They are manufacturing, but now only they go for GMP. and then next door, like there was a big garbage pit, and then started to already have a smell. Now what are you going to do with there? What are you going to do with that? So we know that said like, deep sanitation. What do you mean by deep sanitation? Team, what do you think? What do you think? Now this is where your knowledge is required, right? Your whatever the learnings you require. We have a friend, right? Raghuvan, what do you think? You are into a design phase. What do you think now? The air quality is bad. Now what do you think, Raghuvan?
If it's in a hygienic plant, we can go for a separate air handling unit setup.
Okay, it's a
And
hygienic plant. There's a hygienic plant is there. So what do you mean by separate air handling unit?
so because the it should not be open for the atmosphere and to pave way for the dust or any kind of contamination to enter freely. So the closed kind of environment is expected in the most of the case. For
Yep.
that, we can use the air handling unit system for that, sir.
Air handling unit, or there's a mechanism called Raghuvan. I don't know whether you know about called HEPA filtering. You know about it, right? And the positive
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah.
Right. So what you do is like,
environment should
yeah.
be placed in a slightly positive pressure, and as well as the HEPA filter, the filter mesh size should be designed according to that kind of things.
Yes, yes. We like somebody suggests like, closed room, clean room concept, like, especially pharmaceutical industry. We are using this clean room concept. So there are like, there are clean room levels, 1, 2, 3, those kind of a thing. I'm not going to go into that deep here. But pharmaceutical, there's a standard called ISO 13485, a medical device, right? So this standard require the clean room concept. Like there's a separate ISO guideline. So don't worry. But here, like what you do is like, you have a filtering system. So there's a particle size, like, your face mask is a filter, right? You have like in your face mask, if you open up the face mask, you can see there are two layers, which is like, kind of a nylon layer because it basically helps you to keep it, right? Like, the moisture and all. But inside there's a paper one. That's the most important part. So we call bacterial filtration. So if you have a filter, the face mask, you can cut and open and see. So there are three layers. I'm not talking about the N95. I'm talking about the three layer, like blue color one, three fly face mask. So inside there's a paper kind of a thing. So that's the filtration layer. So depend on the particle size, depend on the bacteria, whatever you want to prevent, you can identify the particle size. So Raghuvan, that's what he said. So then you take your air using that filter, right? It's a mechanical system. Like, air comes through the filtration, right? You suck air and then you maintain positive pressure. Why you maintain the positive pressure? When you open the door, right, if the pressure is equal, like depend on the wind direction, air can come inside or go outside. But if you maintain a positive pressure inside your plant, and then when you open the door, like always from plant to outside, so there's nothing coming from outside, right? And then for the vacuum, like, it will take more air through the filtration. So it basically said like, air count is quite good. So now somebody like previously say like taking hands offs, right? So hands off is just to check whether you wash your hand, you take the soap, surface soaps, right? Or maybe you take the equipment. And then same time, industry, what we do is like, we take air counts. Like, so then you can understand how, like, your air is quality in terms of microbiology part, right? So this is one area. So now we take some examples. So the selection of site is very important. So environment around site is important. Now, say for example, now before we go for the layout of the site, environment of the site. Now, say now you have a plant, manufacturing facility. We'll say like, cosmetic, or maybe your beverage, or maybe like, cinnamon, those kind of a thing. You have your plant, right? And around that plant, very closely, you have mango trees. Is it a problem or not? Close to your manufacturing facility, there are mango trees surrounded by a mango plantation. your factory is situated inside the mango plantation. Do you think it's okay? Nothing to worry, or is there any concern? Team, what do you think? Team, what do you think? I hope my question is clear, right? So there's a factory inside the mango plantation. Say it can be a non-carbonated beverage or carbonated beverage. It can be a cinnamon toast product or maybe cosmetic manufacturing. So now, you set up a plant inside the mango plantation, manufacturing plant. So what do you think? Is it okay or not okay? Not okay. Why? Okay, so I got a feedback saying, okay, Setmini said, yeah, it problem because birds and other animals are attracted to the mangoes and they carry pathogens. Yeah, birds, yeah. And then pests average, Raghuvan, yeah. So the main problem is there was a season, right? Fruit season. So during the fruit season, there are the flowers and all. So it attract all the insects. The problem is the insect. Right. So it attack all the insects. So when you go for this FSSC and basic GMP requirement, so it talk about surroundings. Sometimes we had a situation, bad situation. Even when you set up the factory, you have this fruity and like all plantation next to the factory. So when you go for this consultation projects and all, like we ask them to cut it down, chop it down, because environment around the site is very important. You need to make sure like there's no pest, insect, harborage points are there. Even you can say I have a fine mesh, everything is there, right? But then of course is not allowed. And then layout of the site and plan. What do you mean by layout of the site and plan? Say for example, even if you are taking your kitchen, right? So kitchen, you have a area where you bring all the unhygiene product. Like unhygiene product mean like where you buy product from the market and then you bought that product, you keep it you don't straight away bring into the everything into the kitchen, right? You do sort of a cleanup, right? Product you clean up and then you put it into a kind of a semi stores, right? Like you put rice into one area, the potato kind of a thing in one area, the coconut in one area, and then onions. So you have a separate keeping place. So those are like not into the cooking place, right? So when you want to start the cooking, what you do is you take this out, you clean, and then you have a separate garbage area. It's not closed. So or maybe you have a you keep garbage outside, but you have a temporary garbage collection, and then you put it there. Once it's filled, you put it into the outside, right? So washing water goes out, and then open product, whoever do the cooking at home. So all the open products are very carefully handled. So only one person is handling that product, right? Not, I mean, like during the transportation, during bring the product and all, like there can be few people are there touching. But after you cut and chop and clean the product, it will be handled by a one person, maybe your mother, maybe you, or maybe sister, somebody who only handle that part. So they're very careful. Then you do the cooking, right? The heating, killing steps are there. So those areas are it's not demarcated, but you identify cooking is done only this area and then cooking is done by this person only. You can't just ask stranger to come and can you like, help me on cooking? No way, you don't do that. Right? That's a kitchen, like basic kitchen. And then after you cook, like you covered everything. And then you serve again, the balance part you covered properly. And then after you consume, whatever the leftover you destroy, right? So that is the process. Like, you have a identified demarcation even in the kitchen. Say, for example, beverage manufacturing, alcoholic. You have a wet area, like, then you have a mechanism to transfer into the packing line. So this wet area is highly close, and even in the legal requirement, right? Excise department requirement. So you can't just go into the wet area. So only authorized people can allow to go. And then there was a mechanism, like, how do you transfer the product? So then you have a containers, and then you have a packing line. The products are sealed. Again, it goes to the bonded warehouse. Yeah, that's a kind of legal requirement. So the control environment, as soon as you are going through a, like, open product, control environments are there. Even like, your cinnamon or whatever the spices product, you bring the product, you clean it. So that's the kind of a unhygiene area. So then you sort the product, dry it, the pack it. So that's a kind of a control area you're looking at. Until you pack it. So then it goes to the warehouse. So the plant layout, like people enter, where they wash their hand washing facilities, and then your raw material, packing material comes. So you have a hygiene area, semi-hygiene area, unhygiene area. Like, say, for example, if you take a desiccated coconut plant, the hatcheting, the people who remove the shell. So we call it hatcheting, right? So the hatcheting area is kind of unhygiene area. Then once you get a white ball, beyond white ball, it's calls as a kind of a hygiene area. So each and every industry you have, like, the kind of a layout, right? Starting from your home kitchen, a canteen kitchen. So this is very important, right? Design and construction. So depend on the industry, right? Say, for example, if it's a meat industry, you need to make sure, like, and even in the wall, the wet floor, you need to make sure like walls are tiled up to wall level. And then there should be a drainage. Drainage has to be like, close. You can't have open drains, right? So if it is a tea factory, dry, or if it is a cinnamon factory, right, we need to maintain dry flow. The wall has to accordingly like that. So then the mesh, the open doors, light cannot be glass. So all this requirement has to be there. So now, like, during facility, right, if you have a proper GMP, there's no chemical, physical, micro contamination in your facility, right? So that is the basic part. Now, when you talk about the construction and layout, so you talk about the environment. You can see the slides are moving, right? I just want to make sure like slides are moving. Slides are moving,
Yes,
team.
sir.
All right, thank you. Right, so you can see the environment, location and the establishment, building design to prevent contamination, like, internal design, layout, traffic pattern. Traffic pattern mean like, person who bring the product, person who take it out. So you can see even in when you go to the restaurant, there are two doors. One door, basically, like, from that particular door, they will take all the contaminated glasswares, like leftovers. And there's another door they're bringing from the kitchen. So that's why, like, the all the contaminated or leftovers, whatever, it goes to a pot washing area, the cleaning area, from separate door. And then the good product coming from the kitchen. So those are not connected. Or sometimes if it is the same thing, you identify a different time location. Same time you are not bringing, right? So internal design, layout, traffic patterns you can identify. And then smooth, cleanable surface has to be there. Then internal structure and fitting, like, even when you have a drainage system, like, it has to be assessed. And then drain line should not open up. Why? Because drain goes to a normal environment, and then this open environment can like attract the insect or the rodents, rats and all. So then they can use that path to get it into your kitchen or like your the factory, right? So there should be a mechanism. Say sometimes, like, there are water traps, and then there are, like, separate mechanism. You have, if you go into a factory, like, we have a friend Raghuvan is there, right? So they design, like, factory, you water can go only on one direction, it cannot come from other direction, right? So these are the kind of a requirement is required by the food industry. So if you want to clean it, you can take it out, and dismantle and open it, right? So infrastructure and fitting has to be there. Location of the equipment, like say for example, your garbage should not be in your hygiene area, and even garbage cannot be open, right? It has to be closed, and then garbage should not operate by hand. Why? Because again, it's a contamination. So all garbage bins has to be foot operated, right? And then flow of personal people has to be maintained, right? So this is the construction. Now, laboratory facility. This is very important. In your industry, if you have a laboratory facility, it has to be a separate location. It should not directly open to the production by especially microbiological, because it can create kind of a contamination, right? And then same time, the water discharge. Yes, agreed. Your laboratory people will autoclave even the finished product, and then only they release the product into the market, into the drain line. But there should be a separate drain line, because if there's a contamination, they can come. So there will be a storage, food packing materials, and everything has to be separate. Now we are coming to a most exciting part. Now we are going to do a first case study. Conduct initial inspection of facility GMP requirement for your organization. Develop gap analysis. Now, how many of you are from home? Like you are listening to this program at home? How many of maybe you can raise you can start give this reaction so I can have an understanding. So a lot of people are from home. Now, I'll give 5 minutes. Go to the kitchen and do a GMP gap study based on the facility requirement. I'll go back and put in the facility requirement, right? So in your kitchen, you just check the GMP requirement in kitchen. And if you are not from home, right, maybe you can think of your organization. If the industry papers are there, you can think of your organization. Or otherwise, you can think of the canteen, university canteen, right? So then you can develop like kind of a checklist. So maybe you can use this the chat, or if you are writing down, you can put it on my WhatsApp, right? Take a photo and put it in the WhatsApp, right? So this is I'll give 5 minutes, right? Now 10:30, 10:35. So you have 5 minutes. So you know what to do, right? What you're going to do is you're going to check your GMP requirement as per this only on the facility. So maybe your kitchen, or maybe if you can think of your university canteen, or maybe if you can think of your organization, one area, particular area, you can comment on that. So what you're going to do is conduct initial inspection of facility GMP requirement for your organization, develop gap paths. So you need to identify what are the gaps, so what are the good things and what are the bad things as per this. Team is clear? Team is clear? Team, are you clear? Can I get the feedback? Can I get the feedback? I'm not getting feedback. Are you clear about the question? Yeah. All right. Great. So let's do this. So you can post it on chat, or maybe you can post it on give it to my WhatsApp as well. So I'll give feedback. I'll wait for another 5 minutes. Team, yes, we can use the WhatsApp group, right? The organization team, can you just initiate saying something? So we can use the WhatsApp group. That's easy. All right. Okay. So we'll use the WhatsApp group. So then even others can also see that. You can use both the chat and the WhatsApp group. Both. Yep. So only 1 minute to go. I didn't get anything yet. Guys, I didn't get any feedback up to now. So it you can go to your kitchen and you can start checking, or maybe you can think of your university canteen, or maybe you can take one example from your facility, the manufacturing facility. Yeah. Okay. So I got one feedback from the group, there's a clean environment around the cooking place. All the vessels and cooking utensils are thoroughly clean. The floor is clean, well, and the sink is washed and well drained. But even though there are some things to be considered, like placing the dustbin for kitchen waste outside the kitchen, and the edge and the corners are not easy to clean, might allow microbes to grow. Yep, agreed. And then men's, I don't know the name, right? One more thing, you said, vessels and cooking utensils. Cooking utensils, I'm pretty okay, but storage vessels, just check what are the vessels they are using. Sometimes, you might use different bottles, where they are not food grade product, right? Or maybe maybe you might keep the sometimes coconut oil from a PET bottle. PET is not recommend to use reuse, right? Like, because of the microplastic. So just check all these factors, right? Yeah, very good. Can I get one more feedback? Guys, come on, So, who's from GMP, the cosmetic GMP? You can think of your plant now. Yeah, give me the feedback about the cosmetic GMP as well. So that will be like nice cross learning for other team members as well, because that will open up, right? Like your GMP. You think GMP only for the food industry, but now it's give another dimension. Yeah, cosmetic required GMP. That's nice, right? So can I get more feedback? At least two feedbacks. Maybe beverage. Can I get the feedback? So maybe industry people can lead, then the other student can get some idea from them. Yeah. So MNSH. So thank you very much. just check the vessel's condition, whether it's a food grade vessel or whether there's a proper leads are there, right? So just check that part as well. But I agreed, like, the waste, because we keep the waste next to the kitchen, like, the food preparation. That is actually wrong because all this dustbin like started to give the smell. So what do you mean by smell? Mean like, there's a microbe growth and then it emit the sulfur-based gases, right? Yeah, agreed. So can I get more feedback? 2 feedbacks at least. You can use both the WhatsApp chat as well as the chat here. You can use both. Come on, guys. Maybe if you write it down in your paper, like take the picture and upload. Yeah, Manisha has given a, like, some are plastic, some are aluminum and glass vessels. So plastic are not eco-friendly. Yep. One is eco-friendly thing. Second thing is like, just see whether this plastic is actually reusable. So when you go to the industry, like, chef and all, sometimes like, you use different plastic cans, like, the plastic container, we need to have a food grade certificate, but otherwise it come from a recyclable product which are not food grade, right? So are not one is eco-friendly. Second thing is like, those are not food grade. So you can't keep store any product, non-food grade product, right? So that is one thing. So thank you, Manasha. Manasha, right? Okay, thank you, Manasha. Can I get one more feedback from somebody else? Come on, guys. Oh, Vinoli has sent me a lengthy one. The facility is located far from human habitation. The location and establishment are adequate. However, it is situated near polypropylene manufacturing company and also prone to flooding due to a proximity of Kaduvela Highway. The building design is appropriate with wet blending room restricted to authorized personnel and control access to production area. The quality control laboratory is properly separated from the production line. Surfaces are generally clean, although some flow damage is observed due to packing and material handling activities. Equipment is appropriately placed without posing any safety risks to workers. Additionally, there are separate storage area for raw material, finished goods, and another. Minori, thank you very much. I think like non-alcoholic beverage industry. So this is very important. So you understand like the next to polythene manufacturing company, and then you understand the flooding situation, because like those are natural disasters. You can't do anything. But if there's a flood situation, what you going to do with your raw material? What are you going to do with the finished good, right? Or maybe semi-finished good. What are you going to do? So you need to have a plan for that, right? And then wet and blending room restricted, authorized for one particular people, and then lab is in a separate area. This is nice. And then product surface with all are good condition, and then storage area for raw materials and finished goods. Okay, that's really good, right? I believe like other people are like giving the feedbacks. That's fine. I'll just check and give a feedback. You can continue with that. But let us go through that. Okay, Raghuvan has given. I choose the PP plant where I first had the experience. Manufacturing area should be in unidirectional flow path, material of construction of the equipment, assess placement of equipment, and accessible CIP and COP, limited access for manufacturing area, separate HVA system for facility, factories placed inside the zone where clean utilities access and flood-proof zone. So Raghuvan, this is PP plant. You mean to say the Unilever PP plant or?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Right. So you have been to Unilever PP plant, right?
Yes, I had the internship there.
Internship there. Okay, interesting. So that is one of the best personal product plant, I guess, in Sri Lanka. So they have all the GMP, everything requirements are there. So what you mentioned here, like thank you, Raghuvan. Uh, so PP means personal product, right? Like all shampoo, creams, everything, right? And then SS mean like all stainless steel. There's no mild steel, so you don't need to worry about the rust, corrosion, chemical contamination, right? CIP mean cleaning in place, like say for example, if you want to clean the vessel, normally what we do is like we manually clean, but the containers like mixing vessels are like fully systemized. You can release hot water, you can have a detergent wash, and then you have a spray ball as well. So it clean automatically without people intervention. So that basically assured everything. And then the system like AC system with the HVAC system, right? So it basically makes sure like your air quality. Say now we have a friend from cosmetic. So the main problem in the cosmetic industry is like your air quality, your moles yeast count. If you have a high mold yeast count, then that count goes to your product, right? Then end of the day, product might have issue. The product started to bloat and everything. So those are GMP violation. So if you have a good plant with the air control, then of course it's easy, right? So they are getting more feedback. Hansika said, I'm currently working as a biologist fish export company. So when considering the gap, okay, fish, the protein, current state of the environment is not enough to suitable for have such fish from it near the beach and somewhat popular area. Quarantine units are not in proper condition. So uh, desired step to have a such fish farm must need somewhat less populated with enough space area. Agreed. Need to have air conditioned space, proper spy boning materials, proper situation method. Okay. Yep, agreed. Because like fish are like kind of a there are one thing called histamine. Like if you keep too much of time without the freezing, that can be one issue. And then the protein, right? So where how you keep it. But one advantage we are having is the intended use. So fish, you are not like unless it's a sushi, right? You're cooking, so there will be an advantage. So when you go for HACCP, you consider all, but right now we are not going for a HACCP system. We are going for GMP, so we need to make sure GMPs are there. Right. One more last. Imasha said the in production area, flow production equipment, machinery, and wall are clean by high air pressure. Firstly, because corners of the very difficult to clean using hand and after that, using IP solution to destroy microbes, 5 killers and rat catchers are placed around the plant. Imasha, I have no idea what is the plant you are talking about, but it's quite right. So it should be if you are using a high pressure water and all like it's wet flow, right? You are talking about some wet flow plant. Yep, right, guys. Now I think like so I got another feedback and initial inspection of the laboratory-based good manufacturing. GMP indicate the facility is generally clean, organized, and suitable route. A workbench, glassware, and equipment are properly maintained and basic hygiene practice. However, several areas require improvement. There's inadequate separate between sample preparation and analysis area. Increase the risk of cross contamination. Some corners and surfaces are not easily cleanable. Document including a supposing. Yep. Fully agreed. I don't know the name. Naduni, I think like you have participated for our previous program as well, right? Okay, so there's a feedback about this is ISO 9001, right? Okay. Okay, interesting. Oh, maybe HACCP, I guess. Nothing you there for the previous program, maybe HACCP, right? Okay, great. Right now, it should be other way around. You should come for the GMP first, then go for the HACCP. But now, whatever, it's good, right? So now, team, like, we are quite okay, right? So now we know about the construction layout plan, and even though you are not presented here, like, you basically like communicative, you have done this study, right? So what we do is the methodology we are using is like, you do the case studies, you learn the theory, and then you practically implement, even though it's online. So then the information will register in your head. And then when you go to the industry, of course, you can use that information. Right now, shall we take a small, maybe 10 minutes break? Right. So now it's about like 10 50. 10:50. So shall we start about like 11:05, 15 minutes break? You good? So we did a lot of work. So we'll come back at 11:05. Team, you're good? You go around, just walk, because otherwise you are just looking at the screen. So you are like, the thinking power will go down. So just take a break. I'll also take a break and then go around and come back. So sharp 11:05 will start again. Team, you're good? So any question up to now? All good. Like, let's take a break. Yeah, why not? Let's take a good break and then we'll come back. Right. I hope all are back. So let's start. I think like some of them have gone. Okay, let's start. Right. So I hope you had a break. Normally, when you work on the online program, like you need to take small break because you should go around and because you are staying in one place and then your concentration power has basically gone. So let's start the second session. Right now, we complete the layout part and laboratory facilities part. We did the first case study. Now, utilities, air, water, energy. Right. These are part of the GMP requirement. Portable water, compressed air, filtered and clean, other gases, lighting, educate and shielded, temperature and humidity control, boiler chemicals, air quality and ventilation. So these are very important. Let me take one example. Now we took one example like the drinking water or maybe a beverage, carbonated or non-carbonated. The main ingredient is water, right? So if the water is not up to the legal requirement, like there's a legal requirement like in Sri Lanka, SLS 894. That's the legal requirement. So we have to make sure that water quality is in such level, right? Like as SLS 894, that level has to be there. So that is the potable water quality water. So we have to make sure the water quality is there. And then especially like cosmetic industry, if you are using a water as an ingredient, then we have to make sure that water doesn't have any microbe contamination. So normally what we do is that we basically use the chlorine solution or maybe chlorine. So you check the chlorine level. We call ppm, part per million, right? ppm. So we check the ppm level of the water and then only release to the production. So that is a kind of a requirement, right? And then compressor, like why we need to worry about the compressor or any other gases? Why we need to worry about that? I don't think anybody will be using the gases as a kind of if you're having the carbonated can product, right? So there will be a ullage. So sometimes you fill up with the nitrogen. We call it inert gas. So if you are using the fruit, the pieces and all, maybe you are using this inert gas, right? So why we are using this inert gas? Actually, it's not react with any other product, right? So maybe you cut down if there's any microbes. Then if you're putting an inert gas, it cut down the oxygen availability, right? So these are like kind of a requirement. But what happened if there's a contamination? Now, if you are using a compressor, according to this FSSC BRC requirement, we need to use oil-free compressor. Why we need to use oil-free compressor? Why we need to use oil-free compressor? So if you are come across with the compressor, during the morning time, if you start up the compressor, right? If you see a compressor, if you open the compressor, what is the first thing you notice? What is the first thing you notice? What is the first thing you notice when you open a compressor and try to get the air into your hand or anything? Just check the air pressure, right? Sometimes it's more than 6-7 psi. So be careful with that. But what is the first thing? You might experience some oil droplets or water droplets. So imagine if you are having a dry product and if your compressor started to give you the oil or air, what will happen? There's a contamination, right? So if you are using a compressor where you don't have a food grade certificate of food grade oil, you have to be very careful. Or either you need to convert compressor with the food grade oil. So that is the one thing, right? And second thing, this is a classic example. If you take the peanut or pineapple from the market, what is first thing how do they fill the bag? They open the bag, they blow it, then they put the product, right? So when you need to consider the blowing part, or you need to eliminate it. That's the basic GMP requirement. Because if I'm blowing into the bag, right, whatever, if there's a contamination, or if I'm coming from a kind of like, diseases that can be goes into the bag. That's a GMP violation, right? So same with the industry, because sometimes industry, there will be a air goes into the product, that goes into the pouching, right? If you are using a pouching, or if you are using a bottle, right? Say we talk about the PET bottle, we call it blow molding. So how do they do the blow molding? Like there will be a the mold, heated mold, and it is goes to like we call polymer. What we call that? We call it polymer. I can't remember. Right. So there's a test tube kind of a thing. It's heated, right? Do you know anyone what do you call that in the blow molding? Uh, I can't remember the name, right? So it's a kind of a like small like test tube kind of a thing made out of PET, right? And it goes through a heat process. It's heated, and then it goes to a mold. Mold, you have a size, the size of the bottle, and then there will be an air line coming, and it blows until it's touched the mold, right? So then it will become a like molded bowl, molded bottle, like whatever the water bottle. The size and shape come from the mold, and then there will be air. Basically, they are blowing like you blow the balloon. So you take the balloon, you blow it, but there's no limitation, right? But in this scenario, there's a limitation because the wall of the mold. If you want, just go to the YouTube and check the blow molding mechanism. So there will be air. So what happens if this air is contaminated? So the primary packaging people, they manufacture this. They send it to the bottled water manufacturer, or the drink manufacturer, right? Then what happened? So if they put water or drink, carbonated, non-carbonated drink into that particular bottle, if there's a contamination from the blow molding manufacturer, it can go into the product. Now, who's responsible? Who's responsible? Ultimately, who's responsible for this? Say, for example, now you are into a manufacturing industry. You are going to work in a manufacturing industry, and there's a customer complaint. Complaint said there's a contaminated, the oil inside my drink, and the seal is also intact. You can see the oil patches. Right now, who's responsible? Now, who's responsible? Whether it's a primary packaging or the final food manufacturer. Who's responsible? Team, who's responsible? Probably manufacturer. Which manufacturer? Primary packaging or finished good manufacturer? Finished good. Agreed. Mineral, not the primary. Finished good. Mineral is wrong. Because finished good, because my responsibility to buy the product from a person who has the proper quality. Right. End of the day, if I'm like, I can sue the primary, but initially court case or like the legal case or whatever goes against the primary packaging, the finished good guy, the guy who manufactured the food product. Right. So probably spot on. So if you are at that point, so you need to have a management system. So that's why, like, all food manufacturer, they ask all their the primary packaging guys, the suppliers, to go for ISO 22 GMP requirement, because they want to cut down the risk factors. And sometimes not only certification, they will go and do the audit as well. Right. So that is most important part, right? And then lighting. What do you mean by lighting? So you need to have, like, now the compressed air requirement, right? The lighting, and then like most modern industries, what they ask is like, they go for a oil-free compressor. And GMP and FSS, the BRC and FSSC, these are mandatory requirement, right? Lighting and adequate shield. So you can't use glass bulb in food manufacturing factory. why can't you use glass bulb in food manufacturing factory? Why can't you use it? What is the reason, like, you can't use glass bulb? Even if you are using a glass bulb, you need to have a like non-glass cover. Maybe you can use a tube light with a glass tube light, but then again you need to have a non-glass like cover underneath it. Why can't you use the glass? Yep. Aska, yep, it can break easy. I mean, like even plastic can break, but the problem with the glass is what? Once it's break, it will go to everywhere. Say, for example, I don't think anybody from the garment industry, but even in the garment industry, that garment product goes as a kind of a, like, cosmetic product, right? I mean, like the consumer product. Say, whatever the garment I'm wearing is a consumer product, right? Yep. See, you can't identify the number of glasses. Say now, even if you check with people who work in the garment industry, if there's a needle break, I mean, like needle break can happen like due to so many reasons. It's not purposely, right? So once there's a needle break, that the sewing machine operator actually has to collect all the needle part and give it to there's a special counter, give it to them, and then only they will release a new needle. Why is that? Because imagine in your garment, if there's a needle part and it like it like it can damage a consumer. So they are very concerned about the physical hazard, not only food industry. Sometimes like this cosmetic, medical device, consumer product, they are very concerned about all the hazards part. Even if you go to garment factory, you can see there was a one metal detector. All garment product goes through the metal detector, and then the environment beyond that, like it's a very controlled environment. After it goes through a metal detector, I'm like only authorized people can go into that. Sometimes these kind of a control even are not available in the food manufacturing facility. Yeah. So that control is there. So fully agreed. Whoever answered here, fully agreed, because glass once is break, we don't know where the particles are gone. Right? Even that can be a glass bulb, that can be a window. Right? So our advice under GMP is like, if you have a glass particles, you need to have a cover, or otherwise go for a Perspex or LED, whatever the bulb. Those are not glass, right? And then you might say, okay, I have a glass window. Come on, then you need to have a shutter proof. You can have a transparent shutter proof, where even if the glass break, like vehicle glass, it won't fall down. It will be hang. So when you put a shutter, I mean, like what do you call the screen? You need to put from where the manufacturing is exposed, right? You can't keep a like a sticker from outside. So you have to make sure like you have a shutterproof sticker inside where the production is exposed. Maybe you might have a glass exposed to both sides. So then of course you have to have a shutterproof sticker in both sides. So when you do a GMP audit, you check all this. Now we are going to do this case study, right? So this will be more interesting now, right? So glass bulb, and then there are some other challenging things. So maybe when you go to the restaurant and all, you can see all the bulbs and everything is LED and all. But you can see there are some product exposed product like UV bulb. So those are glass, right? So then we might need to have some control, and then maybe some industry, right? You have an entire thing is like covered with shutterproof stickers and glass are plastic glass bulbs are there. But then all of a sudden, like you can see under one machine, you have an open glass. They will use this open glass for do the QC checking. So that's a glass. That is again you can't, right? You can't. You might have like an open glass bulb like there's a glass bulb that is just as a QC point. It is directly into the machine. If that break, it goes into the product. right? So those kind of a control has to be there. So this is lighting, adequate shielding, and temperature and humidity control. This is very important. Depend on the product. Say, for example, some product, it absorb moisture. Say, for example, if you are manufacturing a product like molded product, right? So there are so many molded product. So, and then if you're manufacturing that, so you have to make sure like humidity control has to be there, because if I mean like Sri Lanka, we are high humid country, right? So there a lot of moistures are in our country, right? So if there's a moisture, it product can absorb and then it form lumps, right? So we have to make sure, depend on your product type, your humidity has to be controlled, right? And then second thing is the boiler chemical. Why we need to worry about the boiler chemicals? Why boiler chemicals? Like, boiler basically supposed to provide the steam, right? And then we'll be using steam for our product. Now, for example, there are products like, industries, they directly touch with the steel, right? Steam directly comes and touch. There are industries, they are not directly touching. Only hot water goes to a separator. So like there's a in milk industry we call PHE, plate heat exchanger. Just check this, right? So Raghuvan, I think like he must be working with all this equipment, right? Raghuvan, are you working with this PHE and all? Raghuvan is there, right? He's supposed to be here.
Yes.
So you working with PHE as well, right?
Yeah. For the hot water generation for that cleaning purposes, we are using the PHEs.
PHE, because this is a nice concept, because sometimes we want temperature, we try to increase temperature rapidly, within very shortest time. So we use PHE, plate heat exchangers. Okay, Minoli has a question. I have a question. In alcohol industry, there's a fire risk of using normal bulb. What's the GMP recommended to use? Okay, see, now Minoli, this goes beyond the GMP requirement, right? Alcohol, vapor, not only alcohol. We call ethanol, methanol. So alcohol, we call it ethanol, right? Methanol, any acetone, solvent-based industries, right? There's a safety hazard. So this is beyond GMP. So even alcohol industry, we can't use glass bulb, right? We can't use glass bulb because of the GMP requirement. Because if there's a glass breakage, it can goes everywhere. Now others might have a question. Now all alcohol, they pack it into the glass bottle. Agreed. But I don't know about your industry. Normally what we do is if there's a breakage in the glass, not only alcohol, there are some product, the Marmite product, this comes in a glass bottle, right? So if there's a breakage, glass particle can contaminate with the person. So even beverage, carbonate, especially carbonate industry, because the pressure will be a bit high, right? So you can see some basic industries, they have a light, we call light bulb, light area, high illumination levels are there. So there will be few people they are checking. The bottle goes through that, and then there will be checking whether there's a damage or thing. But industries like very advanced industries, they are using cameras. Right? They are using cameras. So they check if there's any damage or if there's any cracks using a camera. Right? So if there's a damage crack, they will even Sri Lanka, that is available in carbonated beverage industry, carbonated beverage alcohol industry, they are available. So they really from that particular bottle, 12 bottle from before, 12 bottle from after. So they eliminate almost 24 bottles because those are high speed line, right? So to answer Minoli's question, alcohol or any industry, GMP requirement is no glass. So unless you are using a glass material for packing, agree. So there again, you need to have a certain checking condition. But the question you are asking is belongs to a solvent industry. If you are keeping a solvent, if you are keeping any solvent, not only ethanol, methanol, acetone, whatever the solvent, there is a separate OSHA's requirement. We call it occupation health and safety requirement, right? Because even that is not only for the glass bulb, that is even for the switching and wiring, right? So the wiring has to be like, a separate material, right? I don't know how many engineering people are here. I know like one person is there. So separate materials has to be there, because even if you see in your home, if you take a like, your switch at night, if you turn it on or turn it off, there are spark coming up, right? So if that spark came in a alcohol, the solvent, it can, I mean, like, if that's good enough to create a fire, right? So the all the equipment, all the equipments are using a special insulation material up to bulb, just to make sure there's no spark, right? All the wiring, all the wire base, the switches, all are closed environment, including bulb, right? So that is not a GMP requirement. That is actually a safety requirement. Minoli, I hope you got my point. So this is not only for the specifically for the alcohol industry, but this is for all the solvents. So alcohol goes as a solvent. Minal, you got it? Yeah. So that's a separate requirement. But see, now look at that question. So when you talk about GMP, like not only GMP, you need to adhere to other industry requirement as well, safety requirement. Imagine if there's a fire, that's gone. Everything is gone. So you need to have a separate insulation. So now Raghuvan and all, like, people, when they design, so if somebody said like, I need a alcohol plant, can you design? So he can't just replace gas bulb with everything, right? Where are the wet room and all. He need to design including all these requirement. Raghuvan, you got my point, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you design, you have to consider a lot, right? Not only GMP,
Yeah.
right? Good question, Minoli. Thank you very much. Right. So if you have a question, maybe if I know, I can basically like, add more, right? So temperature, humidity. Now we talk about the boiler chemicals. So now why boiler chemicals? So we were at the PHG, a plate heat exchanger. So it like, hot water or steam goes in a one layer, and the other product goes in other layer. So due the transition, there won't be any touching. But there are product, they touch, they put the heat. The steam will be touching that, right? So that product, like, if there's a chemical contamination, then we need to be careful. And second thing, what happened if there's a damage in your plate? Like you have a boiler, chemicals are there. If there's a damage, what happen? Then again, you need to consider those chemicals. So, like, according to this GMP, BRC, FSSC requirement, you can't store boiler chemicals with other food product. You need to keep separate area. So you need to have a lock and key, right? Boiler chemicals, separate location. And then you have to get a food grade, whatever the certificate, if the products are like steam are touching the product. There are products like you need to touch, right? It's same with the gases. Say, for example, now, like you eat biscuit like vapors, right? So vapors, biscuits, like, very soft. Why? Because they inject the nitrogen gas when you manufacture the vapors, right? So that you need to consider, right? And then air quality and ventilation, because we discussed that. What is your air quality like? Depend on the risk factors, depend on the area. You need to make sure. Like, say, for example, now I think like one of our team members are coming from fish industry. So always like, protein, there's a high chance of microbes growth. So the fish industry, like, you need to keep a separate area for fish, like, and then ventilation has to be very good, right? Because air in, air out. And then when you design that, like, you need to identify where you're getting the air in, right? You need to have proper process for air in, like, make sure you have to make sure, like, air in not bringing any, like, physical hazard, the dust or anything, right? So it should come from a filter, from a clean area, right? And then air out can be from anywhere, right? As per the legal requirement. So this is where water, energy, and we discuss about air, water, energy. Now again, go back to your facility. Whatever you selected. Maybe some of you have identified your canteen, some of you have identified your kitchen, home kitchen, some of you have identified the industry part. Go back there, right? And then identify initial inspection facility, GMP requirement to organization, develop gap report. So this part, now you need to check the potable water. Say now, in your kitchen, can you assure like your water is quite good? When was the last time like, you check your water, right? So the water coming from the flow, right? Because like all the lines are coming from underneath. So do you know like if there's any damages, right? So maybe like, maybe there will be a drain lines, right? Sewers line goes through that. So potable water. Maybe at kitchen you are not using any air, but maybe behavior of the person, right? So just check that part. Maybe industry, of course, they are using it. The lighting in kitchen. What is your kitchen lighting? Is it glass? Is it the plastic? Whatever. And then temperature, humidity control. Like do you keep the temperature, humidity control? Because sometimes when you keep the product, say maybe you are keeping a rice, like dry rice, but sometimes you notice like there are fungus growth. Are you keeping on the flow or not, right? So how do you maintain that? You don't use any boiler chemicals at home, maybe not, even not at the university canteen. But air quality and ventilation, where did you get the good quality air into your kitchen? Oh, maybe so, maybe like you can see in the commercial kitchen, there's a big exhaust fan that exhausts all the air. But where did you get the air? Right? So consider these factors. Now I want you to do the case study two, focusing on air, water, and energy, maybe in your industry or maybe in your like kitchen and all. So I'll give 5 minutes. Team, is question is clear? Team, question clear? Team, is question clear to you or not? Okay. So you have 5 minutes. So 11:32 we'll start discussing. So you can put it everything into your chat, or maybe you can use the chat as and the WhatsApp both. I'm here. So if you have any question, you can ask now. So 11:32 we started to start questioning. Go through your case study too. Okay. The question is same. Question is asked, conduct initial inspection of facility, GMP requirement for your organization, develop gap analysis. Like what you did for first one, what you did for like facility. Now we are going to do a gap study for the utilities. So go back where you are, right? Like, your kitchen, your canteen, your factory, whatever. Yeah, you got it? Gurnath, are you comfortable? Gurnath, you got it? Okay, great. So when you do this, like, end of the program, you don't feel like you are participating for the program, you participate for kind of workshop, right? Like end of the program, there will be a outcome and maybe you might take some action as well, right? So then this learning will be registered. Otherwise, you are listening to me and only very few percent goes into your mind. But when you actively participate, then you, of course, you can even when you go to the industry, of course, you can use this theory and challenges because what we try to do is like we do a lot of case studies and try to bring a lot of industry experience examples. So that will basically help you. So guys, you have 1 minute. Hey, we have a lot to cover. Guys, time's up. I need a feedback. Now it's challenging, right? Like, first time when you want to do a infrastructure facility, it's easy. But now you need to think a lot. Okay. Sorry. So Minoli said the facility use reserve RO, okay, RO, reverse osmosis water technology, ensuring closed water flow system with proper filtration. LED lights are used with proper insulating materials to minimize fire risk, especially in wet and blending area. However, there are some issues with temperature control in the blending area due to violating natural of alcohol, volatility nature of the alcohol. Additionally, insufficient attention has been given to air quality and ventilation, which may affect both product quality and yeah. So that can be there, right? So one thing is like RO plant. RO actually give you a kind of a good quality water because it goes through a lot of filtration, and then the LED bulb, and then of course wet and blending area. Normally, alcohol industry we like to keep wet blending area in a kind of a like dark area, like you call Halminla area, right? So, but then again. When you go to the wet room, right? I don't know whether how many of you have been to the wet room. You get a smell like different type of alcohol smell. Uh, unless if you are used to it, you can't barely stand there. So that's strong, right? That smell is there because imagine it's a mix of a lot of alcohol, right? And strong alcohol, spirit, right? It's not diluted. So that is area like so that there can be like the physical or maybe some contamination or maybe the occupational health and safety hazard can be there on both activities, right? So that is one. Minoli, thank you. So we got another feedback on the chat, like saying Sajini Pereira, the kitchen water is taken from the tap line, so water is not checked in household level. No, we don't check. So we are basically assuring, like from the municipal count, water is quite good, right? As we assure water bodies is distributing good quality water for facilities. When using gas cylinder, is not necessary to check whether there's regulator is properly fixed and no leaks are observed. So that is part of safety. Also, it's okay to place gas cooker near a window for proper ventilation. That is again a safety part. But in food safety, if you are keeping a gas cooker into a window openly, and then you have to have a fine mesh and all, because when you cook, right, Sajini, like now we need to See, there was always a conflict between the safety and the food safety, right? Uh, as per safety, like, you prefer to cook outside. That's fine. But food safety, you can't cook outside. So now this scenario. So you look at this, right? See, these are very practical scenarios. So you keep next to the window, but again, what happens if the window is like open? So then when you cook, like smell goes and then insects can attract. So that's the problem, right? Um, so also it's okay to place gas cooker near the window for proper ventilation. I'm okay with safety, but food safety, there's a challenge, right? In kitchen, wiring system must be properly installed. Need to have proper space with open areas in kitchen. Yeah, open area. See, now I have one question. This give me that indication. See, now I believe all of you are going for a dinner outing or whatever the outing, right? Lunch, whatever. So there was a open kitchen. Now the open kitchen concept is very famous. But normally open kitchen concepts are there. You have open kitchen, you have a glass window, you can see what is happening inside the kitchen, the chef and how they make cooks product and all. So that is a automatically itself it become a kind of a critical control point. Why? Because your customers are looking at you. You can't like scratch your head and like start doing that. You can't state product, right? You need to maintain like everything as per GMP requirement, because then people started to complain, or maybe they can record it. So that, but again, the general public and the kitchen, there's a glass window is there, right? Only through the glass people can see it. Right now, imagine the glass will say shutterproof glass. Imagine you have a hotel, open kitchen is there, there's no glass. People can see, people can like, it's an open area. Now, they ask for a GMP certificate. Can you give a GMP certificate of this place? Yes or no? Can you give a GMP certificate for this place? There's no glass barrier, shutterproof glass barrier between the production area, kitchen, and the dining area, people. Right. And you can see the worst scenario. Sometimes you have open buffet, people can touch that product. Right. So while they are walking, they can talk. So the saliva can go into the product. Right. Sometimes they are good organization, like good restaurant, they cover this. Right. So what do you think? Now my question, you have a kitchen and all, like you can see I mean, like, it's not open, it's open actually. Can you do the GMP certificate for these people? What do you think? Yes or no? What do you think? No. Manisha straight away said no. Yep. No food can be contaminated. Yes. Sajini said no. Yep. So can I get one more feedback? Yes, no. Yeah, agreed. So we had a situation, right? When you start working on the consultancy, we had a nice restaurant that was high-end restaurant, but like the because we always love to work in the restaurant, right? Because you can taste all the food and everything. So that's a nice like so you like your job because you go and stay in a nice place and then you started to enjoy the food as well. So when you go for this particular place, you notice like this open area. The kitchen is an open kitchen, but there's no barrier, right? So first thing, before you do anything, you need to have a barrier. So then sometimes hotel we might have a problem because there are architectures. So that you have to get a approval from the architectures. So then architecture doesn't want that. So then there's a conflict. So we have so many experience like that. So then again you need to train. You need to communicate with the architecture all the GMP requirements, then only they adhere to that, right? So it's not easy always, it's not straightforward, right? Sometimes you need to argue, you need to so that's where you need to understand all these requirements, right? So air quality, ventilation, all utilities. I think like you did the case study too, second. So now you understand first utilities, and then now we are going for a third one, waste disposal. Procedure for hygienic waste handling has to be there. So standard required procedure. How do you handle the waste? separate storage area for waste. Now you might question like, do you need a separate area for waste? Of course, yes. I'll come back. Color coding for waste bins. So you have a separate color coding. Containers for waste and inedible or hazardous substance. So you need to have a separate area, right? Waste management and removal. So there should be a proper system for waste management, drain and drainage. So let me come to drain and drainage. But before that, let me come to waste handling, separate storage for waste. So if you go to any five-star hotel, right, waste, especially the food waste, are kept in an AC room. Anyone has this experience? You may be wondering, like, what's wrong with these people, right? Like, why they kept the food waste in AC room? Why? Why did they keep the food in an AC room? Why do they keep food in an AC room? Have you come across this? Why they keep in a why do they keep that? So I'm starting to get feedback. Let's see. Maybe to reduce the rate of reaction of enzymes and microbes by lowering the temperature. Yeah. Because one is like, enzyme, because microbes, right? Microbes doesn't like, growth during the temperature control. So normally all five-star and every hotel, there's a requirement, all wet waste, food waste actually kept in a storage, separate AC room. So waste has to be separated, segregated, and kept away from your manufacturing facility. Now, let me try to go through. Let me change. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
You can't? You can't, right? Okay, let me share
Yes, sir.
again. Let me share again. I'm going to my web page, right? Can you see the web page?
Yes, sir.
Right. So now I just type water drain system cover. So you can see these are open covers. So right, you can, even rats and all, they can come inside, right? So it just to cover, it's a base, just a safety way of managing it, because it basically prevent big particles goes into the drain, as well as people won't entangle and fall into the drains. So that's part. Now, the moment I change water drain system covers for food manufacturing plant, I'm going to change this, right? Did you see this now? Now there's a changes. Can you see this now? Can you see the second one? There's a changes?
Yes, sir.
Right. See, you can see now, right? So the drain system is totally different. You can see even inside, there's a traps, right? If I take this particular example, uh, because even if it look like open, actually it's not open, right? You can see this part, right? See, there's a trap inside, filters are there. Even rat, cockroach, they cannot come inside. And then even some particles are trapped inside here. So these are the system required by the food safety. Water draining is not just open drain, right? You can't just have open drain system. You need to have a similar type of requirement. So I'm just taking live example. So whenever required, you know like how to check this information, right? So let me go back to the presentation again. I believe you can see my presentation again. Sometimes like when I change, that's the scenario. Yep. Can you see my presentation again?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right. So now one is that hygiene waste handling procedure. So when you have a waste, like, first you need to identify what type of waste you are handling. The food waste, non-food, plastic. So you can consider the environmental concern. So plastic should not go into the flow, right? But then again, plastic should not contaminate. Like say, for example, the yogurt cups. Maybe you can wash it and send it through an plastic area, right? So those areas, and then maybe color coding. The wet garbage is one color, maybe plastic one color, cardboard in one color, right? So all has to be like a kind of a control area. So now the third GMP requirement is the waste disposal. So this is very important. And one more thing, you can't use like hand use waste basket. Why? Maybe you are touching the waste basket and then again you are touching the food products. So always better to use the foot operated waste basket, right? And then waste basket has to be closed every time unless like you are putting the garbage. Other than that, it has to be closed, right? So this waste disposal is very important. Now, you are going to do again case study 3. Now, go back where you are. Your facility, your organization, and they know maybe your kitchen or maybe your university kitchen. Just think of waste management system, whether they have a procedure, whether they have a like color code system, whether they have a like closed bins right in your kitchen, right? Whether you keep garbage like in a proper way, right? Sometimes when you go to a good restaurant, you started to get a smell also, like the garbage smell. That is pretty bad, right? So now you're going to do a third case study considering this. And one more thing, like there are we have friends from spice industry, right? The industry people from spice, and so why don't you give some feedback? So that will be helpful, like spice industry, like cinnamon and all, like so there will be so many waste, but those are like dry food waste. Just let us know how you're going to manage this part as well. Even now we have a friends from the milk as well as kind of a pasta. So how do you manage the waste, right? So can we get feedback? So shall we take 5 minutes? So now 11:48. Can we do 11 sorry 11:48? 48. Come on. 11:49. So 11:54, right? Right. So I'll wait. And if you have even in this time, if you have a question, you can ask. So Nilu Disanaga sent boilers in the petroleum oil refinery to produce steam. When steam is transported over long distance, it's turned into water. When it hits the blend, of the pipelines, a loud explosion is emitted. Also, when that condensate stay in a pipe, it rusted the iron pipes. Therefore, the water is removed using vents near the blends. They are designed to open and close automatically. Yeah, this is Nilu, this is agreed because this is actually like kind of a safety feature. Because if you exceed certain pressure level, so these are like kind of a we call it kind of a pressure valves. So they have a pressure limitation. Like if you exceed certain pressure, like say 5 psi or 5 bar, whatever pressure, it automatically open, and then pressure goes down, it comes down. So like those scenarios are there. But I think like this is a petroleum refinery, right? Even similar scenario will apply. Nilu, basically you are talking about the petroleum, but imagine what about the edible oil? In Sri Lanka, we have edible oil storage, right? So when you keep the edible oil in the tank, like it started to like solidify. So when it's solidified, you need to introduce steam. So this is one area, like sometimes some organization they use direct steam. Some industries they have a jacketed like containers. So then they use hot water or steam and then started to melt, right? So depend on that. So again, you need to transport your like steam and all. So so there are, see, not only food safety requirement, maybe we might need to consider food safety plus the safety requirement both, because we are dealing with the safety, the steam, and the pressurized gas. So how do you going to manage the pressurized gas? So those are kind of requirement, right? Thank you, Nilu. And then, so let me go back. I'll put the question. Hygienic waste handling, separate. So now you are going uh, back to your area, where your sample area, and then you think about the waste disposal. You can start giving feedbacks. So is it difficult now? So time's up, 11:54. Tim, this part is difficult or what? Kitchen. Okay, I got one feedback. Manisha said kitchen. The degradable and non-degradable wastes are collected separately, and the municipal garbage collection collect the waste separately and proceed to further procedure. Okay, Manisha, now the question is agreed. Now the end, the waste disposal part is there. Non-degradable waste. That's our problem, right? That's where we have issue. So how do you manage the non-degradable garbage, like, in the kitchen? So are we going to keep it 1 week, or is it happening every day? Uh, that's the question. Or do you have a, separate storage place, or daily you put it there? So these are the questions we are having. Yeah, Manisha, thank you for the feedback, but I'm very concerned under food safety. Maybe if you are talking about the environmental, then of course you are very concerned about the non-biodegradable waste. But degradable waste, the food waste, I'm concerned, right? So need more information about the degradable waste. Now, Minoli has mentioned broken glass is collected and recycled by sending it to the glass manufacturing facility. Food waste is segregated into separate bins using color-coded system and is properly disposed. Separate bins are also maintained for electrical waste, e-waste, to ensure safe and proper handling. Wastewater is treated through a designated wastewater treatment area before discharge. Additionally, second-hand cartons are reused and reduced cardboard waste supply environmental sustainable practice. Perfect. Minol, thank you very much. I think you have covered everything. Raghuvan, proper separation method and storage method is of different materials, hazardous chemicals, and dispose cautions with proper PPE. PPEs mean personal protective equipment and safe transport techniques, INSEE and incinerator. Okay. Drainage and filter mesh and once opening for pest control. Right. Okay. Raghuvan, pretty much very much focusing on the sustainability environment part, because he's talking about the hazardous and all. But here, Raghuvan, we are concerned about the food safety part. Of course, you need to consider this. Agreed. You need to consider this. Agreed. But consider about the food safety. Like, say, for example, now since you have a experience in the PV plant, so how do they dispose, the containers, the raw material containers, or maybe if there's a sample area, or maybe once they do a washing, how do they do that? So those are the key area, because after CIP, what is the mechanism? So those are the key areas on the waste disposal. So last one, Himasha said, in detected coconut plant, rejected coconut used for animal feed, agreed. Oil extraction, coconut shells are selling for handcraft manufacture, or those are converted into activated carbon. Okay, Masha, identify coconut plant. So DC goes to export, rejected coconut goes to animal feed, agreed. And oil extraction, or maybe oil extraction, coconut shell selling to handcraft, or maybe activated carbon. Imagine my problem. In Sri Lanka, we are not using 100% coconut water, right? Most of the coconut water, unless you have a coconut packing line, water packing line, or unless you are giving to somebody, this coconut water goes into a ETP system, effluent plant system, or storage plant. Then it start, because it has a the what do you call the glucose, and all sugar contents are there, right? So it attacks all the insects plus the microbes. Then you started to get the smells, right? So that is the biggest problem we are having in coconut water plant. It's a waste, because you can sell into export market as a kind of a product, but then we are just throwing away. So I believe now you understand. So one more thing, this is like a kitchen. Leftover food, spoiled vegetable, etc., are used for make compost. Agreed. Household non-biodegradable materials such as plastic can collect and give it to the collector for recycling. Agreed. Okay. Now, I think right. Let me go to the other. I think you are very clear about this part, right? Now let's go to the other slide. This is very interesting. So I believe we have a friend who already into equipment designing, so we might get able to get his input on this. Equipment. Protect product from microbial contamination. Mainly we are focusing on the microbial. Maximize cleaning effectiveness and reduce cleaning cost. So I think like even previously somebody talking about the kitchen equipment started to talk about the cleaning effectiveness part. Uh, Inert contact surface, smooth, non-porous, cavities-free part, accessible, cleanable, a minimum dead space. Right now, we need to understand what is this, right? What do you mean by inert contact surface? Say, if your products are made out of SS, stainless steel, and then again, it depend on the type of stainless steel you are using, right? What do you mean by type of stainless steel? Like, if you are using a carbonated, low pH, acidic product, there are certain type of uh, pH material you need to, I mean like SS material you need to use. Or maybe if you are using a product with more friction, like say for example grinding or anything, so then there will be a certain SS material you have to use, right? So depend on the type, right, you will be using. There are like 3-node foil, those kind of things are there. So you can search, depend on the industry, depend on the product, you can identify which SS is more suitable for my product, right? So even cosmetic industry, type of cosmetic, type of pH level, you can identify the type of SS, because this is expensive, right? So when you do a business, like, you always need to think of the money factors as well, right? So you need to consider that part. So that we know. And then smooth, non-porous, cavities free. Say now, when you are send the product, say for example, if you are having an ice cream manufacturing plant, right? You have like, we will say, okay, even the line, the connectivity, X-ray has to be like the what do you call, this uh, welding, right? Welding has to be a X-ray quality. What do you mean by X-ray? There can't be any pores or any gaps has to be, they can't be there. So it has to be cavity free. It look like after even welding, it look like a single continuous flow, right? Why? If there's a cavity, if there's a gap, the product particle can remain. And even when you do the washing, we call CIP, cleaning in place, the particles will be there. So that small amount of particle can be a big issue when you start to do the production. Say if you come across any production, high risk production, like the meat production, rice, sausage and all, or maybe margarine production, or maybe ice cream production plant, right? So if there's a small, this kind of a situation, right? And if there's a small contamination in the plant, it will be a serious problem because you don't know what to do. So only option is you need to hold the plant, dismantle everything, and go through a CIP process and set up and check again, right? So this is a very challenging situation. Even we have faced this kind of a situation because if there's a contamination, you can't find out from where these microbes are coming up. So only option is, because you can't lose the production, hold the plant, and especially like these kind of a plant holding is not easy. Say for example, now if you are manufacturing a garment, so if you want to hold the plant, mean like you stop manufacturing garment, so you stop all the machine immediately. You can stop it, but this production line, you know, um, say margarine or ice cream, right? You can't just stop because the moment if you stop, all the oil started to get melt inside get the crystallized inside the plant. So then, like the crystal, you can't just easily remove. So you need to remove everything. You need to put steam, and then only you do the dismantling part. So it's a big process, right? If that happened during your production peak time, you are in a serious problem. So that's where we need a very good GMP practice, right? So accessible, cleanable, because sometimes when you say you can't access the clean, say for example, now if you open the kitchen, the fridge, can you access and clean all the corners? Maybe the fridge is designed to access everything, but where you keep your fridge, you cannot access. Somebody wants some question? right? So that is, and then what do you mean by minimum dead space? What is dead space? Can someone tell me what do you mean by dead space? We call we actually call dead end also. What do you mean by dead end? What do you mean by dead end? What do you mean by dead end? Anyone?
There's no more further path to go.
Yeah, there's agree. There's no more path to go, right? See, let me try to take one example. Uh, I'll share this. Can you see my web page?
Yes, sir.
See now this picture, the big one. So you can see one is basically line is closed, right? So this line is closed. So this we call dead end. So normally we are not recommending any dead ends. You can see this picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So these are called dead ends. So sometimes when you go to the site, right, we do a separate audit on dead ends. Right. So dead ends, how do they get the dead ends? How do they get the dead ends? Now the next question. How do they get the dead end? So normally sometimes like, any manufacturing plant, you do modification, you do changes. Right? The people like Raghu and they will do all the changes. So then like, there will be like, they cut, they had another line. Oh, so that is a normal scenario. I mean, like any manufacturing plant, right? So then you ended up with a dead end. So then
25 තව විනාඩි 10ක් කියපුවා. 25 වෙනි උත්තර නෑ නේද මාකින් ස්කීම් එක.
ක්‍රිස්ටිනා අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? මාකින් ස්කීම් එකේ ප්‍රශ්නයක්ද?
හරියන මං ටික එහෙම තියන්න.
හා.
ඔව්.
ක්‍රිස්ටිනා ඔයා මයික් එක ඔන් කරන් කාට හරි ඇඩ්වයිස් කරන්නේ. Right. Thank you. Right. So, what do you mean by dead end, right? So, when you have like dead end, sometimes when you do a modification, you ended up with a dead end. Sometimes you purposely have a dead end. Why? Say, for example, if you have a carbonated line, you need to take sample, right? So you have a sample line. So you open the tap, you draw sample. But what happened during the washing process, CIP process, if you forgot to open this line, right? So that automatically it will act as a kind of a dead end. Right. So sometimes like some industries, after sometimes you need to make sure you study the dead ends. Number of dead ends are whether they are or not. Right. So now if you are now most of you are kind of like young graduates, right? So once you get graduation, when you get into the food industry, first study can be a dead end study. You can go through your line diagrams, everything. Don't just stay in the office. Don't just stay in front of the computer. Just take a diagram, line diagram, go through the plant, identify how many dead ends are there, whether there's there any modification in the plant. So these are very important, right? Now I think like I'm back in the presentation. So minimum dead end space. So you might need to keep some dead end, but you have to make sure like there's a minimum, right? And then equipment suitability, food grade material, product contact. So you need to have a food grade, food contact surface. Say for example, now we have team members from spice industry. Now they might think, okay, look, they are always talk about the SS and all the materials. But what about spice industry? Sometimes you keep product in a kind of a kind of a cotton material out in the drying. So this has to be food grade. Or maybe you have a conveyor. Product goes through a conveyor. The conveyor has to be a food grade. Right? Or maybe you keep the product on the table. So the table material has to be a food grade, right? So these are these are food contact. Whatever the product, depend on your product, whether it's touching the material, so that surface has to be a food grade. And then always it has to be easy to clean, maintain, clean and plant utilities. Like, you know, so we don't recommend people the product with the curves and those kind of like, you know, design. Why you can't clean easily, right? So we need to maintain like hygiene design principle, like, you know, it should be clean properly. And then of course, temperature control and monitoring equipment has to be there, like, you know, if it is required. So the fridge, deep freezer, whatever, like temperature control monitoring, and then how do you keep the product just to make sure the ventilations are there. And then same time, preventive and corrective maintenance. So you all your equipment, everything has to have a preventive and a breakdown corrective maintenance. So this is the equipment suitability plan. And then maintenance cleaning. So there should be a documented cleaning schedule. All equipment, your fridge, kitchen, or maybe if it is a like, you know, beverage, alcohol beverage industry, your packing line cleaning, right? If it is a pasta, or if it is a milk, like, you know, powder with the protein, the sugars are there. So how do you do the cleaning? So it has to be a dry cleaning. So the alcohol plant can be a wet cleaning, right? So depend. So this cleaning has to be a documented procedure, has to be documented, and then of course we need to have evidence of the checklist as well, and then verification and validation of the cleaning. Say for example, now you might use detergent to do the cleaning. Right. Say, for example, now you wash your glasses using detergent, right? But then what happened if there's a detergent residues are available, right? Detergent residues are available. Then of course you need to take action, right? You can't just like, you know, I mean, like, detergent has to be used, but then detergent residues has to be clean. Now my question, how do you make sure there's no detergent residues? How do you know like there's no detergent residues in your cup or like, you know, plate? How do you know that? How do you know that? This simple example in your home, like, you know, when you wash, uh, how do you know like what? Yeah, forms. So you wash again and until like, you know, you go the forms, right? Bubble in the cup. Yeah, bubble in the cup. You get the smell, right? You get the smell like detergent smell. So very simple. But industry, what we do is like, you know, we check the pH. Say for example, like, you know, if it is a food manufacturing plant, we after we do a CIP, cleaning in place, right? What you do is like, you know, you check the pH, and then same time you take the sample into a soft analysis, right? Or you check the pH, conductivity, and all. So that is the mechanism we use, right? So these are like, you know, we have to have like, you know, even cleaning agents has to be a food grade. So you need to make sure like cleaning verification, and then sometimes like, you know, final wash, you send the sample to a micro lab to check is there any microbes. Right now, conduct initial inspection of equipment GMP requirement for your organization. Now, covering all these requirement, equipment we covered. In a insert contact surface, smooth, non-porous, cavity-free, accessible, cleanable, minimum desk space, food grade material, product contact surface, easy to clean, hygienic design principles, temperature control, preventive and cross maintenance, documented cleaning schedule, verification and validation cleaning, use of appropriate cleaning agent. Right now, go back to your same example, your factory, your what do you call university kitchen, or maybe your own home kitchen. Now check the equipment. So your equipment kitchen can be your oven, fridge, plate, spoons, everything, right? Even university will be the same, and then depend on your industry. Can you do this exercise? So now is 12, 15, so 12:20. So you have 5 minutes. You can use the WhatsApp chat and everything. So now we are like, you are now, you start with a very small concept, but now I know, like, you're going into deeper, right? Yeah. Tim, you have 3 minutes. Team, I didn't get any feedback yet. Is it difficult now? Is it started to get bit tough, right? So this is GMP, right? Real GMP. So people think like GMP is very easy, but actually it's not. If you thoroughly go through the GMP requirement, which we are going today, so end of the day, you will realize like it's not easy, even for factory to adhere to this GMP requirement. So that's why, like, there are a lot of factories are certified for HACCP, ISO 22000, but very few for FSSC and very few for like, BRC. Yeah. So can I get the feedback, team? So this is about equipment. So come on, guys. I need feedback. Yeah, I'm starting to get feedback. Like one initial proper hygienic equipment design, EHEGC, continuous record keeping, audit, hygienic valve usage, complete drainability, pumps, equipment valves, dead end and queuing prevention and in modification. Yeah, so that can be there. So initial hygiene design is very critical because say for example, sometimes like you might have a motor in the machine, so you need a motor, but if you are getting and then sometimes you might need to use motor with oil, right? Then you might consider like where you place the oil motor. So you might consider placing the down like different area in the machine, because even if there's a contamination, accidentally contamination, oil won't fall into the machine or the product. But in sometimes like most of the cases, the problem we are having is motor on top of the machine. If there's a leakage, accidental leakage, the oil directly contact with the contact with the product. Raghavan, I think like you agree with me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's what he mentioned, like proper hygiene design in part. So you need to consider all. See, even HACCP in Sri Lanka, we are not very much using DHACCP. We call design HACCP. We don't use that. But other countries they use design HACCP. So the design engineers they use DHACCP, like they while they are developing the processes. Right, guys. Can I get one more feedback? So now I know like it's getting tough, but don't worry. This is at the third or fourth. Lot to do. Tim, can I get one more feedback? I need one more feedback. Come on. So it's not that difficult, right? Tim, is it difficult about the equipment? Can I get one more feedback? I need one feedback to move on. Yep, Raghavan has given. So equipment, like, even your kitchen equipment, you can consider. There's no damage. The plate cannot be damaged. Right. The cleaning, all part, like, you can consider, right? So say this part. cleaning schedule, whether you have it or not. Verification, like, once you clean it, like, you don't know whether the chemicals and everything is cleaned properly. So those things you can consider. Smooth, non-porous. Can I get one more feedback, team guys? Is it difficult? Aska, is it difficult, like equipment part? What about your equipment, like, milk manufacturing or maybe pasta manufacturing? What do you think about this? What about the cosmetic, like, the equipment part? What do you think? Maybe, like, the our spice friends. What do you think? What do you think? The equipment part, this is most important part. We might not look into this as well sometimes, right? So what do you think about this? Is that difficult? Just even kitchen equipment, it's easily you can think of, right? Even in your canteen, like, the glassware you are using, those are equipment. So imagine, like, the cup of tea, like, if there's a damage, the mouth damage and all. So you can see you won't get the same porcelain cover, right? So then it is open up. So you can't clean properly. Aminoli has given clean in place. CIP is a practice for processing line to reduce particular contamination and maintain hygiene. Fixed alcohol transfer lines are used to minimize loss during handling. Stainless steel wets are utilized for blending as alcohol has a relative low pH and may cause corrosion in unsuitable material. Definitely. So if you use the mild steel material, MS material, there will be a serious issue. So, Minoli, thank you very much. So, let me move on. Now, so equipment part we complete, right? Now, we are going for a management of purchase material. So, now this is also kind of a crucial. See, this is part of the GMP requirement. Selection and management of suppliers, incoming material suppliers, raw ingredient packaging. So, this is also part of the GMP requirement, right? Purchasing supply control. Approved supply list. We need to have an approved supply list. Supply audits and evaluation. Say, any food industry, you need to have an approved supply list. Say, for example, if it is a beverage industry, alcoholic beverage, you need to have where's your toddy suppliers, or maybe where's your alcohol suppliers. What is your bottle suppliers? And then maybe sometimes you are using recycled bottles, like, you get a bottle and then you send it to a washing. So that will be a kind of a washing supply. There are a few people who does the washing, right? So that is a washing supply. That part we need to consider, right? And then the packing material or glass company. So those are the suppliers. Or maybe, like, if it is a spicy product, spice, right? The cinnamon, who's cinnamon supply or other supply, or maybe you are getting a cinnamon from different people. So which one is the best? So you need to have a list of approved supplier, and then of course supply audits and evaluation. That's a mandatory. Say, for example, now if you don't do a supply audit, I'm like, audit can be different way. Either your organization people go and do the GMP audit, or maybe what you can do is, like, you can actually, like, use another team to do the audit, like, say, a second party audit, or maybe you can use a third party certification. So if you want to become a supplier for your particular organization, you will say, okay, all suppliers, I need to get GMP or HACCP certificate, right? Then of course, at the entrance, you check the specification part, right? So now this is like, supply part. So conduct supply process and identify the improvement area. Say, for example, now, maybe you might have a limited knowledge on this, but just think of, say, for example, now in your home, you have a supplier, but it's not documented. You are not buying fish from everybody, right? You are not buying fish from everybody, right? Normally, you have a identified place where you buy the fish. You have identified where the place where you buy all the spicy materials, spices, right? You identify where you buy, you have a vendor where you buy the vegetables because you have assurance. You might say, okay, this vendor does not apply, bring product where they don't apply chemicals, right? So you have a certain criteria. Just think of this criteria. And if you are coming from industry, just think of how do you manage your suppliers, right? I will give another 5 minutes because these are kind of improvement areas, right? So before we go over the warehouse, so these are like facility related requirements. So I'll give another 5 minutes. Now 12:31, 12:36. Well, sorry, 36. We'll start. So think of your supply and process. Even now, think of your canteen, right? So if you are running a like university canteen, there are raw materials. But what about maybe you are getting a string hoppers? Whether this person who manufactures string hoppers, whether they have a proper GMP requirement, or maybe you are getting a lavalier or something. So if something goes wrong with that lavalier, so do you have to have a supply approval process covering basic GMP requirement, right? Think of that, right? So hope my question is clear to you, right? Is it clear to you guys? Can I get a feedback? Is my question clear? Is it not clear? Team, is my question clear to you? I'm not getting any feedback. Team, like you guys hungry or what? Team, is my question clear to you? Now you are going to do a case study covering GMP requirement for supply approval. So even whatever the example you have taken, the factory, office, or maybe your workplace, or maybe your own kitchen, or maybe university kitchen, you can consider like think of what is the supply approval you are taking. So this is the key GMP requirement. Now you're going to do that part. So my question, is my question clear to you? Team, am I audible? Is this question clear to you? Aksa, is this question clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So let's take 5 minutes. All right. I got a feedback. I'm sorry. I didn't see the chat. Yeah. So 12:36. You have 3 minutes. Yeah, Aska said like, say check the certification of supplier. Say there are a lot of multinational, what they do is if they want to become a supplier, they will basically say like, go and get the GMP certificate or HACCP certificate or FSSC and ISO, like, places like Unilever, if you want to become like, the supplier or then of course you need to have a GMP, the BRC or FSSC certificate. Like, not the ISO certificate, GFSI based certificate you need to have. Right. So that's one way of controlling. And then Raghuvan said, like, supply quality assurance, quality check at every procurement batches and sample testing. Strict adherence for CCP of material purchasing, and then a transparent ingredient information disclosure, allergens, chemicals, a continuous supplier audit, and approval clearance. Yeah, agreed, Raghuvan. See, sometimes like, since you are a lot of the people from the food industry, say for example now spices, the chili and all. So there are legal requirements. So mainly like, in our industry, like, we are not getting the proper equipment. That's the main problem, right? So instead of stainless steel, we are getting mild steel. So when you analyze the ferrous or ferric content, the iron content in chili powder, it is too much because it came from the equipment, right? So then supply assurance depend on the product type, has to be customized to the weakness. Say if you get a GMP certificate or whatever, it won't help. So only thing you have to depend on the sample analysis. Say somebody, if I'm started manufacturing chili, and then like I say, okay, I have a chili powder. Can you buy? So then the buyer basically what they do is they will take the sample, analyze for the iron content. Right. So that's the biggest problem. So you need to have like, market sense about the product as well. So this is one area, right? So supply list, this is very important. And then if you want to purchase from somebody else, there should be a proper approval. So these are still GMP requirement, right? Now, warehouse. Then we need to have a separate raw material, packing material, and finished product. So you can't keep all three together. It's violation of GNP. Raw material, packing material, finished good has to be a separate location, right? And then we have to maintain first in, first out. So there's another additional requirement, last expiry, first out. Sometimes they use that concept as well. First in, first out. Whatever the stuff came first, you need to take it out. Say, for example, in your kitchen, if you are taking the rice, like, you have a container. So what you do is like, when you take a new rice packet, 5 kg or whatever, you have to make sure like, you take out the old pack and then put the new one for the bottom, and then put the least one on the top. But normally what we do is the other way around. You add more same rice on top of it. So always the last will be last, not the last will be first, right? So first in, first out has to be there, right? Sometimes we change the concept. Sometimes like, if you identify short expiry product, so then we'll say, okay, short expiry, the latest expiry, first out. So depend on the product type, you need to identify. Right. Now I'll ask this question from you. Say for example, now you are a manufacturing team. You are manufacturing a product, right? You are manufacturing a product that has a shelf life of 6 months, right? You have a shelf life of 6 months, right? You manufacture product, shelf life is 6 months, and then you have one ingredient, it has only 3 months shelf life. What are you going to do? You don't have excess, only that ingredient is available with 3 months shelf life. Now what are you going to do? So you are having a blend, like, you have a 5-6 ingredient. So all the other ingredients have expired date more than 6 months. But only one particular ingredient you have like 3 months. And then once you manufacture the product shelf life is about 6 months. Now what are you going to do? Now what are you going to do? Team, you got my question, right? Now these are the problems you are going to face when you come to the industry. See, you have 5 ingredients. You're having a mixing and all process goes through. And when the product come out, your shelf life is 6 months. You can keep the product for market for 6 months. But out of 5 ingredients, one product has 3 months shelf life. Now what are you going to do? What are the things? What is the decision you are going to make? What are you going to do now? Team, you got my question, right? What are you going to do? Team, are you guys tired? What are you going to do? Anyone wants to try? Give a try. The question is like, see, you are manufacturing a product, say some beverage, you have 5 products, and then you have a, like, some sweetener. Once you manufacture the beverage, shelf life, you can keep this bottle for like 6 months in the market. That's the shelf life, right? And then one ingredient has 3 months shelf life. So it's short expiry. Now what are you going to do? Now you can think of your food knowledge and everything. You can give me answer. Team, what do you think? Aksa, what do you think? Other team members, what do you think? If product has only 3 months shelf life, I will make it quickly. I will produce limited quantities, supply it fast to the market, follow first in, first out, and use promotion so that the product is sold before the expiry date. So, Mahinsa, I'm agree with you. But what is the expiry date? Because in Sri Lanka, you need to put an expiry date, right? So, what is the expiry date you are going to put? 6 month expiry date or 3 month expiry date? Product shelf life set to 3 months, align with the ingredient shelf life. Agreed. Iqbal, right? Agreed. Inspect the ingredient. Okay, Iqbal, I agree with you. Maizna, 3 months, agreed. 3 month product expiry date, agreed. Aksa, you're trying to say something. Inspect the ingredient. What do you mean by inspect the ingredients? Samiterat, alternative ingredient, agreed. We do that, right? We do that. So what Aska tried to say, inspect the ingredient means you can't change the expiry date as a user, but you can check with the manufacturer, giving the condition, right? Giving the condition, or maybe sending him a sample and all, ask for a expiry date extension. So please remember it, right? So don't go and say we can do expiry date, we can do the extension. Sometimes if it is, I mean, after expired, you can't do anything, right? But if you have this amount of 3 months time, right, you can ask from your manufacturer whether we can use for another 3 months. Is there any possibility? You need to give all the correct condition of the storage. Then you can take action. No, otherwise, if you can't do anything like that, otherwise what we do is you limit, Mahajan said, we will manufacture because we need to send the product into market. We communicate with the sales team, but we cut down the storage time or the shelf life to a 3 month, right? And then temperature and humidity control, warehouse, Depend on your product type, you need to maintain temperature, humidity, that's agreed. Correct stacking norms. Like, what do you mean by correct stacking norm is, like sometimes it's box set, like, you need to keep only 5 product on top of it. The box is capable of managing 5, but you may, instead of 5, you put 8 products. That last, like, get excess pressure, product started to break. So that is the correct stacking norm. Pest and insect control. This is very important, right? See, earlier standard talk about pest control, right? But now standard talk about pest and insect control. Mean, like, under GMP, the pest intrusion, like, will be, sometimes is seasonal. Sometimes it's seasonal, right? See, like, sometimes, like, some areas, like, say during, some insects are coming only for a particular area. So this standard basically asks you to just check and count the number of insects. So you might have a fly catcher, right? When you place the fly catcher also, like, you are not placing the fly catcher on top of the product. You are basically fly catcher away. Why you are not placing the on top of the product? Because you are placing the flycatcher. If you place the flycatcher on top of the product, if flies got, like, attack and, like, flash, the particles can go to the product. So now the new flycatchers, what they do is, like, they have a like glue stick inside. So fly will, the light level will basically attract the fly, and then it will trap to the glue. So it won't, like, flash into the product, right? So these are kind of a requirement, the pest control. So when you do a pest control, first you need to do a study, whatever the insects, the flies, rodent are available in the particular area. Then you need to plan out the pest control. So pest control has to have a license. That's a mandatory requirement, right? And then, of course, minimum product damage during the storage. So you have to make sure you keep product on the pallet. There's no water seepaging. You are not touching the wall. Products are not touching the wall. So those, all the requirements has to be there, right? And then when you do the warehousing, vehicle converts, like, containers, like, vehicle. How do you identify the storage vehicle? What is the condition of the vehicle? Whether the previous batch has, like, put, like, some other product, right? Say, for example, say you are sending a milk product, but the previous lot has, like, you use some caramel or something. So you started to get the smell, and the microbe load is too much. So we need to make sure, like, vehicle, the condition, or maybe previous load. So whenever, like, the raw material or finished good, we check the vehicle condition, and then clean and dry and temperature control mechanism. We will basically check whether the clean, dry, temperature part, and then again, first in, first out, pest proof storage again, practical. Now, we are going to do another case study. Uh, Considering this, conduct initial inspection, GMP requirement for your organization in the warehouse. So now, maybe if you are in a kitchen area, right, you can go and check the kitchen pest control plan. Open few cupboards and see whether the cockroaches are there. So if there's a cockroach, of course, your pest control is not good. And maybe check the fridge, whether you can get evidence whether the fridge is first out. Like, if you see a similar product, or maybe when you take out the product, you can see very old, already expired product. See, even if PHI, I think, like, one of you have answered, like, PHI feedback. So if the PHI, if they identify the expired product within your manufacturing site, that will be a legal case, right? So now let's take 5 minutes, right? Conduct initial inspection on the GMP requirement for your organization in the warehouse. So warehouse can be raw material, packing material, finished good. People who are working in the kitchen also you can consider, right? So now the time is 12:50. So 12:55 will take, we'll look at the feedback. So ask us in the inspection, the colors, smell and texture and necessary properties. If it is still within the acceptable level, use it immediate and record a proper batch record. Aksa, only thing is we cannot give any feedback for the raw material because we are not expert. Only thing color, smell, texture is there. But then again, you can use the maximum shelf life is 3. You can't go beyond that. But if you want to go beyond that, you can only the option you have is check with your supplier, the manufacturer, real manufacturer, and ask, okay, look, I stored this product for this similar this condition. Can I use for another 3 months, right after I manufacture? Or maybe there will be a chemical reaction. So that part is a kind of a requirement, right? Right. So we have 5 minutes. Let's see. You can use the chat and everything. Team, okay. Minority has a separate storage area for raw material, finished product, and other items. The first in, first out method is practice. See, like, what we do is like this technique, we are sharing the experience as well, right? First in, first out method is practice because when you come for this program, then you will get a different industry experience as well. Not only just the theory part, right? Method of practice ensure proper stock rotation. A cold room facility is available for store wine-like product under control conditions. So there are like, product. You need to maintain the temperature control. So they kept that run, right? Control condition, proper stacking methods such as block and pine wheel stock are used, and materials are stored on wooden pallet. Pest control measures are in place, including blue traps, 4 at 10 flycatcher light boxes. However, relative humidity control is not given much attention. So RH, like, it's kind of expensive. So that's why, like, unless it is not required or unless it's not giving a very worst scenario, right? People don't use. But I told you, like in the molded industry, the molded the industry, like, you might drink a lot of molded product, right? So those are like, very, very concerned because otherwise product will become a lumpy, right? Uh, Chaturanga has mentioned avoid dead dark areas in the warehouse, stock rotation, first in, first out, use scientifically approved pest control method for food industry, control environment condition, humidity, temperature, sunlight, proper product packing, post storage management. Agreed. So team, thank you very much. I think like I started to get good feedback. So now, even now you are thinking of your industry, and if you're not coming from industry, you have some exposure about the industry as well, right? Because people are from industry, they are giving some feedbacks. Right now, we completed up to 6, up to warehouse. Now, I think like we will take a break for the lunch. Now is almost 1. So can we take 30 minutes break for lunch? Team, don't eat too much, right? Like if you eat too much, what will happen? Team, so we'll take a 30 minutes break. So we'll come back sharp 1:30. All good?
Yes, sir.
Right. So have a good break and eat some healthy food. Don't eat too much. Then otherwise you started to fall asleep. But don't worry, we are going to do case study. So I'll see you after lunch break. So sharp 1:30, we are going to start.